Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City Council meeting of Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm Council President Cynthia Borrego, and today is Monday, May the 7th, 2021. We have, I believe, the majority of our counselors are present. Counselor Benton and Counselor Harris and Counselor Pena, I think, are running just a little bit late, but they are planning to join us. There's Counselor Pena. Counselor Bassan is excused, but she may call in on several of the items. So with that, we are going to start our 24th council meeting, our 34th. This is our 34th meeting. And I'm going to read some special procedures. Members of the public will have the ability to view the meeting through GOV TV on Comcast Channel 16. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Hang on one second. Okay. Okay, sorry, counselors, bear with me. I'm reading the wrong page here. Okay, so we are going to start our meeting with a moment of silence. And if you'll all join me in whatever your intentions are today, we'll just take that moment. Thank you, counselors, and thank you to the public. I will begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask Counselor Gibson if she would lead us in English. Counselor Gibson? Counselor Gibson, you're muted. You'll have to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. I realized that too late. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson, and I would ask Counselor Pena if she would lead us in Spanish.
Thank you, Madam President. Juramento a la bandera, jura fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, counselors. Now I will go to what I was going to read earlier. Thank you. So bear with me. This takes a minute. As was noted in a press release from our office on Friday, posted on our website and noted on our published council agenda, this meeting has special procedures and is being held via Zoom video conference. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting live through 4 different platforms: GOV TV on Comcast Channel 16, the GOV TV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. These live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. For those watching on live stream, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. The video recording of this and all past City Council meetings will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 768-3100 for assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council is accepting live general public comment today, as well as any written comments. Written comments received by 1 p.m. were distributed to all the councilors in advance of today's meeting. Thank you, counselors, and thank you to the public for listening. Our first order of business is proclamations and presentations, and we do not have any scheduled this afternoon. Our next order of business is economic development discussion, and there is none. So we will move to general public comments, and I will read some additional information for the public. Hello to those of you joining us to provide live public comment. We also received written comments that were distributed to the counselors in advance of today's meeting. Members of the public will be able to address the council if they have signed up for live public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website on Friday. Speakers will be moved into the meeting room 2 at a time. They will remain muted with their camera off until they are called upon to speak, at which point they can turn on their camera, unmute themselves, and will have 1.5 minutes to provide comments to the council. After that, they will again be muted and return to an attendee of the Zoom webinar. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the counselors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the Zoom webinar. Today's agenda item 02160, the 2020 IDO annual update, contains quasi-judicial matters, and for that reason, I will be swearing in all the members of the public and staff before the public comment begins. Mr. Moya, please submit all public speakers into the meeting at this time, and I would like to begin by swearing individuals who are scheduled to speak on that item. I would like to swear them in. So bear with us, we're moving those individuals into the chat room. Okay, we have a number of folks and we're still moving those folks into the chat room. So if you'll just bear with us. I believe that we have everyone that is planning to speak on 021. Excuse me, could you mute yourselves, please, just for a moment until I swear you in? So we have all of the individuals that are planning to speak on 02160 in the chat room. If there is anyone else, please send us a text. Ms. Watson, did you have a question before we swear you in?
I just wanted to know, should we do panelist or attendee? There was a choice and I wasn't sure if I chose the right one. Thank you.
Madam President, Ms. Watson, you are a panelist right now, and this is where you need to be to provide your public comments. After your public comments are done, we'll move you back to attendee. But you're in the right
Okay,
place.
so I'm in the correct place. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask all of the individuals who are here to speak on 02160 to unmute yourself for just a minute because I need to hear an answer. And I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, if you would. And what I'm going to ask is that as you raise your right hand, that you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Absolutely.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you so much. And you can mute yourselves until you're called on at this point. And also, you can also turn off your video for a minute. You will still be in the chat room, but we will call on you one at a time. So Julian, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Dr. Joe Valles. Mr. Valles, you have 1.5 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
They will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, I urge you in the strongest of terms not to approve Council Amendment B4, sponsored by Councilor Benton, which completely strikes Section 52D on climatic and geographic responsiveness. This is just not, changing the EPC's draft is unnecessary and it sends a wrong message. Moreover, spending more taxpayer money on outside consultants is uncalled for. Striking this amendment now after 10 months of work to pay a consultant to redo the work is a step backwards. The EPC approved version IDO 52D has the right balance of IDO requiring a site evaluation and a companion document that details what an architect should aspire to do in order to take advantage of Albuquerque's topography and climate. Architects, landscape architects, affordable housing developers and advocates, commercial developers and neighborhood representatives were positive that this would be a good approach for Albuquerque. And the other thing too is this really does meet a lot of the sections of the comprehensive plan. And I'll leave that at that. I think it would be irresponsible to spend more taxpayer money to do something that could be done in-house. I would like for you guys to just keep what the EPC approved. It's a good way to go. Secondly, I do want to talk about something called a better way to evaluate the proposed amendments for the city council. What we did is we had a meeting last week. We were immersed in it. And what we did is we broke down the amendments.
Thank you, Dr. Valles. Your time is up.
Madam President,
Yes.
I'd like to hear Dr. Rice's, the rest of his comments. Thank you.
Counselor Pena, thank you. I was going to ask for the same thing. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a productive meeting and we immersed ourselves in it. And one of the things that we did was there was a description of the amendment. There was arguments for that amendment and there were arguments against the amendment. We found this exercise extremely beneficial and something the city council should consider as it deliberates. And that's a key word. I don't see a lot of deliberation and that you deliberate the reasons for the proposed changes. And I'm just going to say this because I think a lot of people would be with me. It's not enough for the council to get a one-sided description from council staff or a council sponsor. You really need to do some deliberation. It was hard going through these things, and I think dicing them out this way is the best way to go. You should have something before you that's for and the reasons against. That's the only way you can deliberate as a city council on items like this. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. I have to say that I heard very positive comments regarding the deliberation. And I will just mention that I was the person who strongly encouraged those meetings. So I'm glad that they are working out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Balzano. Mr. Balzano, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Mr. Balzano, are you there? There he is.
Madam President, Chris Balzano here with Maggie Farms. I'm just gonna take my time off. We have somebody else from Maggie Farms that will actually be talking. That way saves time. We have Dave Cuesta and Bill Conklin that may be speaking today. So thank you so much for your time.
So just to be clear, Mr. Balzano, you're giving up your time to other folks?
I'm not giving up my time to add to other folks. I'm just saying I'm not talking since there is somebody else that is going to be talking, and that way it saves time. That's what I'm saying. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Kalitzis. Mr. Kalitzis, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. I'd like to support your passage of Council Amendment B1 overnight shelter. This amendment, with its prescriptive maximum capacities and its doubling of bed capacity when supportive services are provided, will provide a great opportunity for shelter housing than it exists, a greater opportunity. As an example, providing 30 beds or 60 with supportive services places a smaller and reasonable burden more readily accommodated by surrounding neighborhoods throughout the city. This can counter the frequent not in my backyard, which exists due to the problems surrounding large homeless shelters. This also applies to dense manufacturing business parks, where providing 100 to 200 beds at those locations allows greater flexibility while not overburdening individual neighborhoods. These changes may seem counter to current unlimited capacities, but they can counter neighborhood resistance to much needed emergency shelter beds. Hopefully, these shelters would be distributed through all city council districts to reduce impact on all parts of the city. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words. Julian?
Thank you, Madam President. We have two speakers that came in after the swearing in. So if Ms. Monet Archibek, please turn your video on and unmute yourself quickly. And Mr. Matthew Munoz, please put your video on and unmute yourself quickly if you can. And the Madam President, if you could swear them in before they start their comments.
These are for the two individuals who joined us or just joined us. If you're speaking on 02160, could you please raise your right hand? Is that?
Is 02160 the cannabis zoning law?
Yes, it includes the IDO amendments. Yes. Madam? Okay, thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Julian, let's move on.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Monet Archibek, please stay on, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. And Mr. Munoz will get to you next.
Madam President, members of City Council, I gracefully ask that each of you defer on the marijuana amendments that you all are planning to vote on today. Not only have you guys not have left out people of color in your discussions in regards to these amendments, you guys are literally moving before the state has a chance to even get their whole idea out of what's going to happen with marijuana. I really don't understand what the rush is. And I really, really hope you guys just wait for the state, because the amendments that you're proposing are going to hurt communities of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archibek. Mr. Munoz, please feel free to turn your video back on, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, members, for the moment to speak. I too would ask that this body hold off on the zoning proposal. These changes that are proposed came pretty quick at the last minute. I haven't had full time to actually review what was proposed versus what was originally heard in the zoning meeting. There's a lot of concerning issues in here for somebody of color who's trying to open a micro business in Albuquerque. It appears that most of these zoning codes have the voice of the current cannabis licenses being heard, but it doesn't have the voice of anybody who wants to get into business being heard. It's difficult enough to even find a building with the current zoning laws for a micro business to open within the city limits. The amount of space available for a micro business is pretty minimal. And when you start adding on that we have to grow, manufacture, and produce in the same location, it limits where micro businesses can actually form. And so this is going to be detrimental to communities, and specifically communities that have paid the price of the war on drugs. And so I ask that you also hold off on any type of vote on the zoning ordinance. Lastly, I would ask that you not grandfather in the current licensees who won the cannabis lottery back in 2014 and got a license, and only allow them to be their only. I feel that's a disservice to the entire community, and it's a disservice to anybody that wants to enter this market. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. Julian?
Our next speaker is Melinda Frame. Ms. Frame, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you, Council. My name is Melinda Frame, and I'm a resident of Parkland Hills and also chair of our Neighborhood Association's Homelessness Solutions Committee. And I am here today to support Pat Davis's amendment to the IDO in Section 4-3C7 regarding bed capacities at overnight shelters. I think it is important for Council to bear in mind this amendment applies to any shelter within the city, impacting all residents and districts. As the IDO language stands now, there is nothing preventing anyone from opening up any size shelter in any neighborhood with no assurances for oversight or impact. While determined by underlying zoning, Davis's amendment creates parameters for the overnight shelters, which will ultimately benefit the residents of our communities, both those that are unhoused and the permanent residents and businesses of the neighborhoods in which the shelters are placed. I think it's important we do not view this amendment as limiting the services provided, but rather creating a structure for a successful shelter model. Housing people in a shelter should not be our end goal. Our objective needs to be getting people into real housing. By limiting the number of beds and making the numbers dependent on services provided on site, this amendment creates a realistic scale for moving people out of the shelter system and makes it more feasible for them to get the services they need while at the shelter, while limiting the impacts on the surrounding communities. With this amendment in place, it is less likely that we will see the shelters in surrounding neighborhoods overburdened and increases the potential for shelter success. I thank you and I ask that you support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Frame. Our next speaker is Raven Del Rio. Ms. Del Rio, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, I'm here to speak on behalf of supporting Pat Davis's resolution because the residents living near the Gateway are struggling with supporting the most homeless, addiction, and behavioral health related services in the city. We're overwhelmed, underserved, and recovering from decades of neglect. We feel that the city is racially and economically biased against the Southeast as they continue to push more programs into our area that would not be accepted elsewhere. The planned concentration of programs here is attracting increasing transient populations, resulting in a rise in sanitation problems, crime, and degraded neighborhoods. Residents and businesses are fleeing as these negative impacts are ignored or unremediated by those responsible for them. Our residents pay for these services through our tax dollars, yet feel less valued than those that they are helping to fund. We're not saying we don't want to help. We're asking to cap the number of beds at the Gateway until the city can prove that they have the plan, the staff, and the ability to properly assist those in need. We fear if they start too large too fast, they could become overwhelmed, ineffective, and unable to give the necessary care. Gateway, starting small is starting smart. Now is not the time for political theater that uses real human lives as puppets. The something, anything approach of those seeking re-election has no place in creating a solution that not only properly cares for our vulnerable population, but that respects and nurtures a sympathetic and symbiotic relationship between the housed residents and those in need of help. Those are the lives that are going to be the ones affected by today's choices long after politicians have gone home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Del Rio. Our next speaker is Dan Regan. Mr. Regan, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Madam and that pipes in A. All of you received my individual written comments regarding the newest set of council-generated amendments. I again will state that the manner in which these amendments has been handled in an identical manner for the last 2 years in a row is simply bad governance. Releasing brand new amendments less than 3 full business days before they're taken up by LUPs smelled again strongly like fresh cement in a brand new brick wall meant to shield council machinations from public view and awareness. Council members were aware of the decisions reached by the EPC when the city received them from the EPC. Council members could have shared their amendments anywhere in that month and a half with the public. This year around, council members chose to reject a number of EPC recommendations that involved input by city planning, interested NAs, and community groups. And then the EPC thoroughly considered all this information and made recommendations. So if the entire EPC process got it wrong, which constituencies are these councilors responding to as they resurrected the rejected amendments? seems to be that it has to be the development industry. And once again, the implementation of the IDO departs from real community involvement and a fair number of directions in the comprehensive plan. This is a sad state of affairs and our city will suffer from it. I do not think that you guys are doing the best job that you can with the way you're operating. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Regan. Our next speaker is Vera Watson. Please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you, councilors and president. My name is Vera Watson, and I live in the Southeast Heights. Pat Davis is my counselor. I have been following the Gateway matter, and I'm in full support of helping the homeless or the unhoused in our city. I'm in support of Davis Amendment revising 4-3C7 to the IDO for these reasons. In order for this objective to be a success, we must do this correctly, following the national and local research and gaining the support of the surrounding neighborhoods who will be impacted by the Gateway for years to come. This issue of overnight shelter is, however, not just about the Gibson Medical Center, AKA Gateway. It goes beyond this location. It impacts all districts of the city. My hope is that with this new language, the quality of supportive services necessary to successfully assist the homeless can be provided by establishing agreed parameters for the unhoused, the local businesses, and the neighborhood residents. Therefore, I'm in support of Davis's amendment revising section 4-3C7 to the IDO to limit bed capacity on overnight shelters. This would be the best way to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Our next speaker is Jane Beckel. Ms. Beckel, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Madam President, I wish to express my support for the Northwest Mesa Escarpment VPO2 and all of the provisions included in the proposed amendment, including the designation of a second height sub area, the increase in requirements for landscaping, as well as the application of use-specific standards within that area. I live on the west side. I think this entire area in the VPO contains truly unique and distinctive views, which are absolutely deserving of conservation. And that includes views from the top of the mesa, looking east and west toward the mountains or the volcanoes, as well as views of the escarpment itself as you approach it on neighborhood streets. I think it's important to note that these provisions assure development on the mesa and in the escarpment is of a scale and character which is consistent with both existing development as well as with the truly sensitive and unique aspects of this area. And finally, I think it's important to note that these amendments do not prevent development. Rather, I think what they do is add value to both future development and to existing development by preservation of those distinctive views. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beckel.
Our next speaker is Sandra Perea. Ms. Perea, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, Madam President. My name is Sandra Perea, and I am the president of the Elder Homestead Neighborhood Association. And I am speaking today in support of Councilor Davis's amendment revising the section 4-3C7 to limit the bed capacity for this gateway shelter to 30 beds. I will also piggyback on the comments of my fellow neighbors, Melinda Frame and Raven Del Rio. Also, I would add that it does impact the entire city And this project or this center will be here long after we are gone. And we need to take time and do it right, be slow and be correct in all of the choices that we make towards this center. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Renee Horvath. Ms. Horvath, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Horvath, and I'm with West Side Coalition. And just as Dr. Joe Bias mentioned, we had a great meeting a week ago with Wascona meeting, and we very much appreciated having the planning department explain the pros and cons of each of these amendments. And they only went through about a dozen of them, but it was very helpful. And they also provided maps where these amendments would affect, the zoning would affect. And that was very helpful. And take a poll afterwards to get a sense whether people supported or not support what was proposed or what we're unsure of. So just quickly I sent in comments, campgrounds and RV parks. We didn't realize, but in you making a NRC zones permissive, it includes golf courses. So we didn't realize that. And putting them right behind people's backyards, that wouldn't go over very well. I think we're not ready to approve that as a permissive use. I think they need more analysis and review. So please don't approve it just yet. Also, cannabis. I'm glad, my sense is you're withdrawing it and doing a thorough review of it, which I strongly support, and so did the group that was there a week ago. Geographic responsiveness. There is strong neighborhood support for geographic and climate responsiveness to look at when you build an apartment, to look at the wonderful views that we have.
Thank you, Ms. Horvath. Your time is up.
Can I add more? Because this
I would like to allow Renee to continue.
Oh, thank you very much. We have the greatest asset of any city is the views, and we need to look at the climate with the sun and the shade and design things appropriately. I'm all about good design, and so is everyone else. Liquor and nicotine retail for conditional use. Was strong support for that. And putting restaurants with drive-throughs, windows in an MXL zone is your neighborhood shopping center, which was a C1 use before. And we have one at Petroglyph Plaza over here. It's causing a lot of problems. And my neighbor just showed me a ton of comments from people on Nextdoor who are really upset with the new restaurant that got put in with a drive-in window. So we should not make that a permissive use in an MXL zone. And also, I guess I'll jump to Northwest Mesa VPOs. There is strong support for that. You already heard one of your people comment on it just a little while ago, that the Petroglyph Monument is a great resource, and we need to build sensitively around it, because we want to showcase our monument and we want to build sensitive things. So there's strong support for that amendment. And I would like for the red line draft, there's things in there that we haven't really had time to review. And I'd like the planning department to do the same review that they did last week with us on some of these regarding view preservation along Coors and the Northwest Mesa Escarpment Plan, cottage, the open space definition, and parking and workforce housing bonus for major
Renee,
transit
I allowed you to do it because you're representing the coalition, but you need to wrap it up.
I'm done. So I just want us to realize the biggest problem is the process of so many amendments and not enough time to speak on them.
Thank you.
I think we saw that last week.
And I think Councilor Jones, do you have a question of Renee?
No, not of Renee. I just have a question, please, Madam President, of you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to say this, but I don't think it's appropriate to give the public comment speakers this much time. They have every opportunity to speak when we talk upon the legislation. And I think if we have we either change the rules or the rules get to
Thank you,
apply
Counselor.
equally to all, Madam President.
Actually, she's representing the coalition, so that's why I gave her more time. Thank
But
you.
Madam President, it doesn't say that. It says each speaker shall have a set amount of time. And I'm sorry, I think we need to address the rules or follow the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Next.
Our next speaker is Sarah Fitzgerald. Ms. Fitzgerald, please feel free to turn your video on, mute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Madam President, councilors. I'm Sarah Fitzgerald, speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. We oppose Amendment B1 because it fails to address the key challenges we face in our community with respect to homelessness. There are two things I think we can all agree on when it comes to addressing homelessness. Number one, our community desperately lacks overnight sheltering, especially within our city limits and especially among single adults. We don't have enough overnight shelter beds in the Albuquerque area, and those we do have are often far from the city and they're difficult to access. Limiting the size of our first and any subsequent gateway centers to just 30 or even 60 beds will only ensure that this problem with insufficient sheltering continues. And secondly, I think we can all agree that we must improve the coordination of services and care to truly help people experiencing homelessness find and transition into stable housing. It's imperative that access to assistance and services be co-located to connect people to the full range of help they need, and that requires scale. It'll be impossible to create this synergy and coordination in a facility with just 30 or 60 beds, let alone in a dispersed system of 30-bed facilities all over town. Our Gateway Center on Gibson is a critical first step in addressing these challenges. We respectfully oppose Amendment B1, and we urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shauna Brown. Ms. Brown, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. I'm asking that all marijuana-related amendments of the IDO be deferred. It should be a priority for the Council to at least wait for state regulations and guidelines and to have the BIPOC voices, Black, Indigenous, people of color voices that have been harmed from cannabis criminalization at the table. These communities have not been at the table in discussions for the continued regulation of cannabis at the Council. Please stop anything that would continue to criminalize communities of color by pushing them out of an industry that wouldn't be here if it weren't for BIPOC efforts passing of HB2. I agree with Ms. Archibek and Mr. Muniz. The Council has a responsibility to help create a cannabis industry that provides opportunity for small businesses, especially those from BIPOC communities, not only those who have a vested interest in the industry as it stands right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. So, councilors, I just want the record to reflect that Councilor Harris has joined us. And I also would like to state that there are 4 individuals who have joined us that have asked to speak. So we're going to need to swear those individuals in. Councilor Harris, did you have your hand up?
Yes, just a question for the last speaker, because people are asking for these amendments to be deferred, but I'm wondering if they would also support us doing nothing or having a moratorium so that nothing happens for the next several months. Because if we do nothing, then the problem is that some businesses could open up when there's a vacuum of no regulation. So I'm just wondering what would, maybe ask Mr. Melendrez, is what would be the effect of not doing anything? Could we get businesses that are able to open, and then at that point in time, they could have rights to stay there?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Melendrez or Ms. Morris.
Madam President, councilors, I'll go and take a first stab at that. Yes, so right now, the IDO in its current form addresses cannabis businesses. It has not been updated since the Cannabis Regulation Act passed the state legislature. And so the amendments that are being contemplated at this time relate more directly to the changes at the state level and how the IDO might be updated to better accommodate those businesses. So as it exists today, cannabis-related businesses are permissive in the IDO under certain circumstances. But the IDO does not currently respond to some of the changes at the state level, including some that quite frankly compel changes within the IDO with respect to distance requirements. And so the discussion now is to how better address this industry that is essentially coming online within the city. And so if the city council does nothing with IDO in the IDO at this time with respect to cannabis businesses, the regulations that exist today will still go into effect, whether they are more or less lenient than the community or the council would prefer. And to the extent that those businesses do locate within the city under the current regulatory scheme, they would enjoy a grandfather type of categorization within the overall IDO, in which case the city would be without any ability to impose land use regulations on those businesses going forward.
Councillor Harris, did you have any additional comments?
Yes, and what's the earliest that one of these businesses could open under the current regulations?
Madam President, Councillor, the way that the Cannabis Regulation Act is set up gives, I guess, windows of time for the regulatory agency to implement rules and to authorize the issuance of licenses for various aspects of the industry. The Act suggests that no later than September 1st, the Cannabis Division is supposed to be prepared to begin licensing cultivation and manufacturing. And that date for retail would be January 1st with a no later than date of April 1st, 2022 for retail to be licenses to become effective in the state.
But what about the city? I mean, could somebody get under city law, could they, even before they're licensed fully, could they still get a permit or approval from the planning desk or something for one of these businesses?
Madam President, Councillor Harris, somebody would be able to come in and make a request for a tenant improvement, that type of thing, for a retail type of use. However, in order to enjoy sort of a status of grandfathering within the IDO, you need to be operating a use at that location. And so without the license, you really don't have the use in effect. And our business licensing component of the city would also have to be updated in order to register cannabis-related businesses. And I don't know that those rules have been updated yet in the business licensing division, but at least presumably a license would be required before you could register a cannabis business within the city. So although you could start doing some lead up before getting a license, I don't think that you could sort of bookmark your use for permanency until you begin operating and meet the other requirements of business registration and planning approval.
So one more thing. So would it be safe to say, based on what you just said, that the city is probably safe, at least until September 1, to not do anything? Because what I'm concerned about is if we don't do anything, then someone gets grandfathered in, and then it could even get worse than that, because then they could sue for disparate treatment because you allowed somebody to operate in ways which don't comply with your zoning laws. So therefore, you got to let me in too. So, so my concern is not doing anything could actually tie our hands in terms of what we do in the future. So would it be safe to say that we do not need to do a moratorium until September 1, that the moratorium is sort of already there in a way?
Madam President, Councillor Harris, perhaps in a very sort of technical way, it is. However, I think that if you sort of look just a little bit before the actual business siting, location, opening, operating component of these, I think we can anticipate that there will be a good deal of lead up with respect to the various cannabis businesses. It will require some amount of putting together funds, business planning, recruiting employees, and with that, identifying locations for operation. And so that likely will all be part of the lead up to any licensing or operation. And with any business, I think 90 to 120 day lead up is probably a minimum for this type of business to get off the ground. And so with respect to actual licensure, the licenses likely won't come until later in phases of the fall and maybe winter. But with respect to folks getting teed up to get those licenses, they won't have much predictability under the IDO if changes are going to be proposed in lead up of their licensing, which may be more or less tricky for this industry getting off the ground.
So would it, sorry, Madam President, so could it, it could cause hardship, number one, but I guess number two, it could potentially lead to causes of action if someone had invested a lot of money into a certain location. And then at the last minute, we regulate that location out. Could that be an issue?
Madam President, Councilor Harris, the city does have broad discretion to change its land use limitations in advance of vesting of a private property right. And kind of the point in time that you're discussing is that vesting point. And if the city were to implement regulations after certain investments or efforts were made and advancement of a business in reliance on a city approval, not necessarily just the underlying zoning, but an actual approval by the city, then it would be problematic for the city to try to change course at that time.
Okay. I think it sounds like a moratorium of some sort might be helpful, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. Councilor Davis also has a question, it appears.
Thank you, Madam President. I know we're just in public comment, but I did want to clarify something. I heard Mr. Melendres say that I think it's been updated since the last update we had. But to Councilor Harris's point, I realize that the state law says that the state must issue licenses no later than September 1. But the rules that RLD's proposed are that they would begin accepting licenses on July 21st and could begin authorizing some of these new licenses, including the micro production and the production licenses, within a couple of weeks for easy applications and for expansions of current licenses. And I think that's what we're hearing from the community members today is exactly what Councilor Harris said. In order to apply in July, they have to show compliance with the city zoning. And if we choose to do nothing or do not pass a law that would be in effect at that time, they could show that they comply with the city zoning and they could move forward. And so, I think that's the real challenge is that the state is moving faster than the latest must do it date by date in the law, which is sort of pressing us to make these decisions and to hear these issues out a little sooner. Thank you.
Do you have any other comments? Our attorney, I'm looking at you. No, okay, thank you. Thank you, counselors. We have 4 people that are being moved into the chat room, and I would like to swear you in if you are discussing 02160. Are they in the room?
Madam President, yes, if we could have Monet Silva, Bill Conkling, Miss Ward, who is calling in on the phone, and Mr. Ben Lewinger. I think we need to swear you, and I had you marked off that you got sworn in, but we may want to do it just to be safe. And then Miss Peggy Neff, if you all can turn your video on, unmute yourself briefly, so we can, Madam President can swear you in.
Hi, can I say something real quick?
No, you can't, ma'am, not at this moment.
No,
I'm going to swear you all in.
It's relevant.
And then we'll call on you to speak.
It's not quick enough, my husband.
Okay, so the individuals that have just been called into the chat room, if you are here to speak on 02160, I'm going to swear you in. You'll need to raise your right hand.
There's a hand on this, Dave? How do I raise a hand?
Mr. Conkling, we can't see you, but I guess you have your hand up.
I do, and I apologize. I'm in a remote area in the 4 corners right now.
Okay.
But this is Bill Conkling.
Thank you. So for the 4 individuals that are slated to speak, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
That's my knowledge.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we will move into the speakers. Mr. Moya.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker will be Monet Silva. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
I just want to, I was, Madam President, asking to clarify why I'm on here because my name is Erica, but I'm using Monet's login because my internet and account is shady. So I just want to sign in as Erica Davis Crump or swear in as Erica Davis Crump.
Okay, so the name that's appearing on the screen is not your name, right?
Correct.
And could you spell your last name, please, for us?
Yes, ma'am. It's Davis-C as in cat, R as in Robert, U as in umbrella, M as in Molly, P as in purple. Erica Davis Crump.
Thank you, Ms. Crump. Go ahead and speak.
Hi. I hope everybody's well today and healed to the best of their ability, being that we are in the second season of Upon Dulce. I am wanting to speak on the rules and regs and zoning for cannabis today. I do policy communications work and outreach for the Black community here. And it's really imperative that Black folks, Indigenous folks, and Brown folks show up to this table for these decisions, for these amendments. And I definitely agree with Councillor Harris about moratorium. At least holding off. There's no reason that we went through a whole special session with Holy Weed Week for us to jump the gun proverbially before our time, because there's nobody at the table, for instance, myself, who has brothers, who has cousins, who have whole ass records that need to be expunged before white people go making money off of cannabis. And before people decide to start excluding us from the very thing that has oppressed us and caused massive sentences in our community and so much harm, when at the end of the day, it's medicine. So I implore you all to either wait on the state like we would do for PSL, or we could jump the gun and really do some harm to our communities and really damage our communities and BIPOC communities even deeper than we already have seen because of cannabis. So I implore you all to please defer or impose this moratorium ASAP. You got less than 6 weeks with July coming up with these regulations from the state, and there are no BIPOC at the table in these conversations.
Thank you, Ms. Crump. Your time is up.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I appreciate y'all.
Madam President, I'd like to hear some more of her comment.
Ms. Pena, Councilor Pena, yes, go ahead, Ms. Zavis Crump, is that right?
Davis Crump. Thank you.
Davis.
I appreciate you for trying. So it's just really imperative. I've been watching this bill trek through the House for the last 60 days. And then I watched the governor, as we all did, call a special session that was expensive for all of us. So let's not waste our resources. Let's trust our state. Like we know that this needs to be done right, and the right people. Nothing for us without us at the table. It's very, very imperative that you have some Black, Indigenous, and Brown folks that have been impacted for sentences less than a dime bag for more than a murder charge. Like, we got to do this right and allow all the right people of every shade of brown and Black to come to the table to have the opportunity to build this generational wealth for our communities, because it has actually stumped us the most. So before we go jumping in on zonings and things like that, please just wait. You have less than 6 weeks before moving with the state of New Mexico. So we've trusted our reps and our senators up to this point. Let's do this together. And let's not move out of step or out of alignment, because that'll really be causing even deeper harm for the Black and Brown community.
You'll have to wrap it up. Thank you, madam. We appreciate your comments.
Our next speaker is Bill Conkling. Please feel free to turn your video back on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when he starts speaking.
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for having me here. I'll be really quick. I have a family-owned business and in Colorado, operate in Southern Colorado, and very interested in all of New Mexico. I think that the new proposals in terms of setback from either it's 600 or 1,000 foot, whatever it is, center to center, is what I've seen in Colorado for the past 11 years, is that you do end up leaving a lot of revenue and jobs on the table. And actually, you know, all of that goes back into the black market when you do that. I don't think it's good to allow someone to plant a stake and to keep people out of 1,000-foot barrier or a 600-foot barrier. I've watched this go on in Colorado, and it just limits a lot of the competent, good operators. And I think what you want is a free market limitation and not a zoning. If you do have to have zoning and you just can't live without it, I mean, I know there's some fear of Trinidad, Colorado. I can tell you it took years for Trinidad to become that densely saturated with marijuana stores. But if it's something you can't live without, I think a 60-day window where it's an exempt period for everyone to come in and you process those applications so that everybody knows where everyone is. Right now, I don't know how you're going to know when we sink money into a property and we try to develop it, and then we find out halfway in that somebody's within 1,000 feet of us. That's all money that I think it's going to discourage good operators from taking that risk. I think it's too risky.
Thank
I also
you, sir.
think
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Miss Ward. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, Miss Ward, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Madam President and councilors, quickly, here are the wishes of the SRMNA Board of Directors regarding selected amendments. Please vote against A2. Did the city post notices at golf courses that there could be RV and tent camping on the courses? Please vote against A10. Drive-throughs should not be permissive because the surrounding streets, entrances, and exits are specific to each site. Affected neighborhoods must have the opportunity to inform zoning bodies of particular circumstances and potential effects in a formal hearing. Please vote against A14. Shortening the time that citizens may request a facilitating meeting assumes that there will be no error in the initial notification. The SRMNA experienced being left erroneously off a notification list and in the position of not getting a facilitated meeting. Please vote for A8. Workers and residents of higher density and intensity areas should have the same protections regarding liquor and nicotine retail as those in other areas. Please vote for A18. The city has a long-term duty to protect the petroglyph national monument. Some additional thoughts. A15 needs a thorough vetting to assure that substantive changes are not being slipped through under the guise of a technical clarification. The red line draft should also be thoroughly reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Lewinger. Mr. Lewinger, feel free to turn your video back on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Council President, councilors, thanks for the opportunity. I'm the executive director of the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. We are grateful to the mayor's office and to councilors who have sought input and had a dialogue with the cannabis industry regarding the IDO proposed amendments for what's going to be this really new, exciting industry for our entire state and of course for our city. Based on the conversations we've had with mayor's staff, we feel the proposal has come a long way. I have not seen the latest version. I'm sorry if it was on the website and I couldn't identify it, but we still have concerns around any prohibition around where cannabis businesses can be related to main streets, on signage prohibitions that we feel are inappropriate and may be illegal based on the statute that was passed at the special session earlier this year. And you know, the big message is the intent of the legislation and the work of the Cannabis Chamber was to open up opportunities for homegrown businesses to take part in this new exciting industry. And I just really urge the council to look forward and not look back. When we look at what other states have done in terms of zoning and other laws and regulations, we're looking backwards. I think the opportunity is to look forward to when there's broader legalization across the country, when cannabis is federally made legal, and to really not further stigmatize cannabis and cannabis businesses. The behavior around retail cannabis is people make a purchase, they take it to their homes, and they enjoy it there. And I just feel.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Councilor Harris, you have a question?
Yes, a couple questions. So I just want to follow up with what I read in the newspaper, make sure. So is it the Cannabis Chamber's position that cannabis should be treated like a coffee shop in terms of zoning?
That was one example that was used in the newspaper, Counselor, President Council. I think that it should be treated like other businesses. Again, it's not really a bar. It's not really a brewery. It's more similar to a Walgreens or to a coffee shop or any other form of retail, in the sense that it's something that's purchased and taken home. I feel like there's a stigma about people walking out of retail cannabis stores using cannabis on the spot. And then you have impaired people wandering the streets around cannabis dispensaries. And I think that's the notion, that's the sentiment that I sought to dispel with my comparison to a Starbucks.
But the state legislature did provide that minors cannot purchase this stuff, correct?
That is correct, Counselor.
And for drugs that are narcotics and so forth, minors can't purchase those either. I mean, they have to have ID and so forth. I mean, so I don't think a Walgreens is necessarily the, because there's a whole lot of regulation that goes into that, more so than your industry. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, President, Counselor, I think my point is that this is a highly regulated industry that has been operating in New Mexico in the medical cannabis program for the last 10 years. And, you know, Starbucks was the comparison I chose to make. I would definitely be open to making other comparisons, but I think the comparison to adult entertainment or even to a bar is equally inappropriate for retail cannabis. I do think there's probably further discussion around consumption areas, which is going to be a new license for the state. But I think for retail and dispensaries, we're closer to a coffee shop than we are to a bar that serves alcohol.
Oh, what about a microbrewery? Because I don't think anyone stigmatizes those, but they still are regulated in terms of distance, so forth, right? Are we talking? Like
Sir, Council President.
Do you believe tap rooms are stigmatized?
Council President, Councilor Harris, I do. I mean, we have tap rooms. Alcohol is not allowed to be served or sold for a time on Sunday. The legislature made a very specific point to not include religious institutions in their take on zoning. So, Councilor, I do feel like it's stigmatized, but you do see tap rooms on main streets in Albuquerque, as far as I know. So it would be less stigmatized than cannabis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. I see Councilor Senna has a question also, Mr. Lowinger. So if you just hang around just for a minute, she may address that to you or may not. I'm not sure. Councilor Senna.
Yes, Madam President, appreciate you calling upon me, and thank you to Mr. Lowinger and the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. I apologize that we did not get to connect. But my question, you know, one of my concerns is what was also stressed today with some of our public who signed up for general public comment, is really having this Black, Indigenous, people of color at the table to have these conversations. Is there any BIPOC representation within the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce?
Council President, Councilor Sena, there is representation. We have a ways to go as an industry. I feel like the makeup of the Cannabis Chamber reflects the cannabis industry as it exists in New Mexico, which unfortunately is true in so many other states, in that it's white men who are largely in charge and working on the industry. So I'm happy with the micro licenses and the micro integrated licenses as New Mexico's version of equity licensing. And as an organization, the chamber is, you know, that's our commitment, is working to make the industry more reflective of New Mexico. So the answer is yes, not enough, and we have a long way to go.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Would love to have follow-up conversations in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Lewinger, for answering the counselor's questions. And I would also like to have a follow-up conversation with you regarding some of the issues that I have been approached about. So maybe at some point in time. Counselors, do we have any other questions? Thank you. If not, Counselor Pena?
Same here. You know, I'd like to have that discussion because I'm very concerned about how lots of the comments that were stated here today in terms of communities of colors and how they're not engaged and how yet we still have people who are
Can't hear you.
and dealing with issues of cannabis. And we're here in this position to have to push some either regulatory issues or not, but when we're still dealing with some of the impacts that it's had on communities of color. And my question, thank you, Councillor Sena, because my question was going to be, what did the board, your board of directors look like? And you answered that question. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor Pena. Looks like Counselor Gibson also has her hand up now. Counselor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. And I really hate to interrupt because I really kind of think that this time is really important for public comment. However, I think it's, I can either do this now or maybe at the end of public comment. I'm not sure if we're at the end of public comment right now or not, but I would really like to hear from one of the previous speakers who talked a little bit about how some of the distancing, how that would affect his business, at least initially, right after we start giving out permits and licenses. So, Madam President, I can hold this until at the end of public comment if you would prefer.
I think we're approaching the end, Counselor Gibson. Do we have one more? If you would mind waiting just a minute, and I will go to our next speaker, and then we'll come back to you, Counselor Gibson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewinger, and thank you for indulging the counselors.
Our next speaker is Ms. Peggy Neff. Please feel free to turn your video on and unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Go ahead, Ms. Neff. Welcome. Madam, you are muted. We cannot hear you. There you go.
Before I start my 2 cents about the IDO, I just want to tell you that I keep my screen off in order to represent the many, many people who can't get onto these Zoom calls. So there's that. And also I need to repeat myself. My requested counselors who respectfully are too invested in this outcome of the IDO amendments, they really need to recuse themselves. This request was brought up to the LEPS meeting, and while I do not want to offend any counselors, and while I would very much welcome their viewpoints and their discussions, I truly believe Counselors Benton and Counselor Jones should not vote on the outcome of these amendments. In addition, issues have been brought to light just recently where I feel warranted also to ask Counselor Gibson to recuse herself. You have this in writing. Now, in regard to the IDO amendments 2021, I still do not understand what the pressing issue is, that you need to pass these without due process. You need to attend to due process in a serious fashion. If you count up the amount of folks who are aware and informed about all of these amendments, it will total less than 100. It's closer to 50. With new national support now available in the Martineztown case, that is the case where the IDO is being appealed altogether. With this case still in court, I would think that as a civic leader, you all would see the writing on the wall and slow this roll. By this, I mean, in my own naive interpretation, as the mediation of this case goes forward, you may see many of these amendments will likely be challenged. So why not do the right thing? Rewrite the amendment process, become inclusive and recognize your role and status establishing equity. First step in this process is to address the process for finalizing a comprehensive revision of the narrow. Anyway, point C, my colleagues who advised on the amendments and on the 2020 series made some good points. No
Thank you,
citywide
Ms.
amendments
Your
where the
time is
majority
up.
of sector plans would not allow the proposed amendments.
Thank you, ma'am. Your
I'm
time is up.
sorry, madam, your time is up.
You have it in writing. You've heard it before. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Madam President, we had 5 others that signed up to speak, but the names provided or phone numbers did not show up as an attendee, so that will conclude public comment.
Okay, counselors. So with that, we will go back to Counselor Gibson, who had a comment. Counselor Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So I don't know if Mr. Conkling is still on, Bill Conkling. If he is still here,
Yes.
I think it might be useful for us to hear a little bit more from him. He is contemplating a rather significant investment here to get into this industry.
Counselor
And,
Gibson, I'm going to allow Mr. Conkling to come back on and
okay.
you can ask your question.
All right, so that's what I'm trying to do. So I think it would be good for us to hear how this, how distancing in general will potentially have an adverse effect on him. And I did get to meet with him and some other of his folks over the, I guess it was Friday. And so some of you may have heard this before, but I just in case not, I think this would be a good use of our time. Mr. Conkling, could you talk a little bit more about that?
Mr. Conkling, I'm going to give you 1 minute to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam President, and Councilor Gibson, and to the councilors. My name is Dave Cuesta. I am the Licensing and Compliance Director for Maggie's Farm. Bill has stepped away. We are in a rural area and I cannot, he isn't available at this moment. I would be happy to speak in that 60 seconds. I worked very closely on this policy with Mr. Conkling.
Counselor Gibson, would you like to hear from this gentleman?
Yes, I think that Mr. Cuesta could.
Now, I did not swear him in, this gentleman.
Okay.
So let me defer to my attorney for just 1 second.
Might as well.
Okay, that will allow it. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you again, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Gibson. The primary issue that we're finding with the investment component of this is that in order to apply for the state for your license, you must have possession of the property. You need to have a lease or purchase agreement that you have control of where you'd like to license. We are out now securing properties now, as are other groups. And so when we all seek to apply at the first opportunity, there is that initial licensing period where we don't know where other folks will be submitting applications. And we could inadvertently end up within 1,000 feet of a group that we're unaware is applying as well. We can certainly do diligence on schools, daycares, et cetera, but it is those other unknown applicants that causes the crux. And you know, the leases, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you folks, the leases, the purchase agreements, those come with heavy expense. And so the uncertainty of knowing who else will be out there and applying within our vicinity creates an issue that could caution investment. We certainly want to proceed with the job creation, the tax revenue that results from that, but we're hoping that council can potentially provide an exemplary period where there's 30, 60 days that folks can submit applications without being beholden to that 1,000 feet, as you might get multiple applicants within that same distance. And we're unsure how the city would administer that. Thank you again, Madam President and Councilor Gibson.
Sir, thank you so much. That was your 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, counselors, we are going to move on our agenda. And I think that concludes all of our speakers. Mr. Moya, am I correct? All right, we will move on to item number 5, which is administration question and answer. Counselors, do we have any questions for the administration this evening? Okay, it appears we do not. So we will move on to our journal. Item number 6, Counselor Gibson, I need an approval for the May 17th journal.
Thank you, Madam President. I move approval of the May 17th journal.
And I need a second, counselors. Counselor Sena, thank you for the second. Are there any questions? If not, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan is excused at the moment. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote, and I just want the record to reflect that Counselor Benton has joined us as well. So we will move on to item number 7, which is communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? And I will begin with Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R175 on today's agenda for action. R175 is amending the adopted capital implementation program by approving new projects and changing the scope of existing projects relating to District 2 Council neighborhood set-asides.
I'll second that motion, Counselor. Are there any questions, counselors? If not, we need a 2/3 majority of the vote for this particular item to be placed on today's agenda. So I will move to Ms. Ortega. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote. We will move on to the next order of business, which is 068. Counselor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing 068 and referring it to Finance and Government Operations Committee. 068 is amending sections 4-8-8 and 4-8-13 of the City of Albuquerque Hospitality Fee Ordinance.
Thank you, counselor, and I will second that also. And additional information, counselors, we need 2/3 majority of counselors present required to vote on this. Are there any questions? If not, we will move on to Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselor. That motion, counselors, that motion passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselor Gibson, I believe you also have the next item.
Thank you. Yes, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R177 and referring it to the Finance and Government Operations Committee. R177 is approving a memorandum and agreement between the City of Albuquerque Parks and Recreation Department and the New Mexico Department of Agriculture in fiscal year 2021.
And I'll second that, counselor. Again, counselors, we need a 2/3 majority of the council for this to pass. Are there any questions? If not, we will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. Let's see, that was R177. We will move on to R178. And we have 3 sponsors, Counselor Sena, Counselor Pena, and Counselor Davis. I don't know who wants to present this. So I'll let one of you take a stab at it.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R-178 and referring it to the Finance and Government Operations Committee. R-178 is amending the city operating budget language to clarify the intent of the City Council to implement a comprehensive zero fare pilot.
Thank you, Counselor. We have a second from Counselor Gibson. Is that a second, Counselor Gibson? Okay, thank you. And counselors, again, we will need 2/3 of the counselors present required to vote in order to pass this. And are there any questions? If not, counselors, it appears not. So we will move on to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so that motion passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselors, the next item is mine. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing OC 33 on today's agenda for action. OC 33 is a staff recommendation to appoint Patricia French to the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. And again, counselors, we will need a 2/3 majority of the counselors present to pass this. I see a second from Counselor Sena. Are there any questions? I do not see any questions. Ms. Ortega, would you take the vote, please?
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on an 8-0 vote. We will move on to O66. And I would move to withdraw O66 from the letter of introduction. This is establishing meeting start times for the city council. And I need a second. I have a second from Counselor Sena. Thank you, Counselor Sena. Any questions, counselors? If not, we will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Thank you. Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. You're always so gracious. So the next order of business, counselors, is RA5. I move to withdraw RA5 from the letter of introduction, and this would be amending the rules of procedure to meeting start times. And I would need a second. Counselor Sena, thank you for that. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson, yes, Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
thank you, I didn't hear you. Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. Counselor Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. And you have a second from Counselor Sena. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. Item number 8 is reports of committees, and we have none this evening. So we will move on, counselors, to deferrals and withdrawals. Counselors, are there any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? I do have one that I'd like to mention is item R130, establishing a City Healthy Communities Public Health and Sustainability Policy Committee. I move deferral until September the 8th.
Madam President,
Counselor Sena, second. Yes, Counselor
Go
Jones.
ahead, and then I would like to move K on behalf of Councilor Bassan.
Okay, let us take a vote on item H, and we will move on to that next. Counselor, I almost called you Counselor Crystal. Ms. Ortega.
Thank you. Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of Councilor Bassan, I would like to move R152, a nuisance substandard dwelling at structure in need of abatement at 6816 Ina Drive Northeast, 87109. I would move deferral until June 21st.
Thank you, Counselor Jones, and I will second that. And I see another second from Counselor Sena. So we need a vote on that, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, counselors. R152 passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. In the matter of R156, a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 832 Estancia Drive Northwest, I move deferral until June 21st.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. I'll second that. So we will need a vote on this, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, Counselor Harris,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote. So we will move on to our consent agenda this evening. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? And I'm just going to read this into the record. For the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on the board, on a board or commission, and who may be watching from home, thank you very much for your willingness to serve. Counselor Gibson, I need a motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, Counselor Gibson, we have a second from Counselor Sena. So Ms. Ortega, would you like to take the vote?
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on the consent agenda.
Thank you, counselors. That the consent agenda passes. We will move on to announcements, and I will just read for Counselor Bassan. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, June 14th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference. Counselor Sena.
There will be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, June 15th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, June 16th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. We will move on to our public hearing. So our public hearing this evening is AC 21-4, Modelis Architects, agents for Jose Alfredo and Alida Martinez appeals the zoning hearing examiner's decision. Mr. Melendez, would you explain this appeal, please?
Thank you, Madam President, councilors. This appeal actually, let's discuss it in conjunction with the very next item listed, which is AC 21-5. These both deal with property located at the northwest corner of Old Coors in Ridge Boulevard in Southwest Albuquerque. This is the second time that this matter has been before you for consideration of the LUHO's recommendation and review of the zoning hearing examiner's decision. on a conditional use permit for light vehicle fueling and a conditional use permit for liquor sales in conjunction with a convenience store. This particular site is bordered by residential homes on its north and west ends. And for that reason, a conditional use permit is required for both the fuel pumps and the liquor sales. This matter came before the council once before with an approval from the zoning hearing examiner with some somewhat novel conditions and limitations. The city council remanded it back to the zoning hearing examiner to consider 3 issues. The first is whether or not limitations on liquor sales that were being purported to be imposed by a condition were going to be enforceable. The second is whether or not the conditional uses could be conditioned such that they would be effective only for so long as a specific operator operated the project. And the final reason for remand was for the zoning hearing examiner to reevaluate whether or not specifically the gas pumps use would increase overnight activity at the property. And that really is the specific issue at hand here in this appeal. The conditional use standard for every conditional use in the city requires that when it's adjacent to residential use, that non-residential activity at the site will not be increased between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 p.m. Upon the remand and reevaluation of these questions, the zoning hearing examiner ultimately determined that an original condition he imposed on the liquor use, that liquor sales cease at 8 p.m., was not going to be enforceable. And without that condition, it could not be guaranteed, and the evidence did not demonstrate that non-residential activity would not increase after 8 p.m. at this site. Similarly, the zoning hearing examiner, upon reconsideration, did not find evidence to support that the gas station use would not increase non-residential activity at the site after 8 p.m. And based on those findings, the zoning hearing examiner denied both conditional use permits. The first time around, an adjacent neighborhood association appealed the zoning hearing examiner's approval. This time around, the applicant, Murphy Oil, and the property owners are appealing the zoning hearing examiner's denial of these conditional use permits. The land use hearing officer reviewed the zoning hearing examiner's decision and determined that the zoning hearing examiner was correct, that the evidence did not indicate that non-residential activity would not increase after 8 p.m., and therefore is recommending that the zoning hearing examiner's denial of both of these conditional use permits be affirmed. There was also an issue that was brought up before the land use hearing officer about the overall enforceability of the city's conditional use zoning scheme with respect to this particular use. The land use hearing officer went into great detail to analyze that question and ultimately determined that the city should and could implement its conditional use standards on this particular request. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about this matter. We'll need a motion with respect to each item on the agenda. If there are questions that you can't answer, this item may be held for a full hearing at a later time when you can actually speak to the parties. If you have any questions, I will stand for them at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Melendres. Do we have any questions of Mr. Melendres, counselors? And I'll just remind you to use your raise the hand feature in your system. Counselor Pena.
So just, thank you, Madam President. Just for clarity, so this, accepting the Lujo's recommendation and finding would affirm and the fueling and retail liquor sales would be denied, correct?
Madam President, Counselor Pena, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I'd like to go ahead and make that motion.
Okay, Counselor, we have some additional questions. We will keep that motion on the floor. Counselor Gibson, did you have a question?
I just wanted to add a second to that motion.
Okay, Counselor Pena, you have a second to your motion. Any other questions of counselors? It does not appear that we do. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. There are no other questions. So we would move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on an 8-0 vote. We will move on to item AC 21-5, which is also an appeal, and it is on the same issue. Counselors, are there any questions of Mr. Melendres? Counselor Pena.
So, Madam President, I'd like to make the same motion to accept the Lujo recommendations and findings.
Thank you, Counselor Pena, and I see Counselor Gibson has a second. Counselors, do you have any other questions? Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Melendres, would you like to give us a little more detail on this particular issue?
Madam President and Councilor Jones, unless you have a specific question, my initial kind of talk was intended to cover both matters. The reason that there are two is because it relates to two requests, one for liquor and one for gas. Recommendation from the ZHE and Lujo is that they both be denied.
Thank you.
I'm muted. Any other questions, counselors? If not, we will move on to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on an 8-0 vote. So we will move on to item 13, which is approvals. And I will move the first item, which is OC 33, staff recommendation to appoint Patricia French to the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. And I move for confirmation. I see a second by Counselor Pena. Is that a second, Counselor Pena? Thank you. Thank you. And Counselor Davis, did you have a second, or was that a second or second? Thank you. Okay, so are there any questions from counselors? If not, is Miss French in the chat room? Counselors, I just want to mention that Miss French is in the chat room. If you had any questions of her, or if you wanted to hear from her, I can ask her to speak before we take the vote. Counselor Gibson.
Yes, Madam President, I would like to hear a brief statement from Ms. French, if that would be all right.
Yes. Mr. Moya, could you place her in the... good evening, Ms. French.
Good evening.
So if you would like to address the council for about a minute or so, that would be great.
Of course I would. I put in for this committee because I think that my time at Albuquerque Police Department and being a supervisor in records enlightens me as to what information is there, what information isn't there. And sitting on several committees at the police department, the policy and procedure, this citizen the citizen selection or of the month committee, and just being there 30 years, give me a little more insight on looking into and giving suggestions as to policy and procedure changes that may help the police department during this CASA and in the future. So like I said, I visited with most of the counselors and with the current committee. And let them know the reasons why I thought that I would be useful to the committee and to the agency and also to APD.
Thank you, Ms. French. And thank you for being here this evening. Counselors, did you have any questions? I would just like to weigh in. I am very familiar with Ms. French's service to the city, especially particularly in the police department. And I appreciate her knowledge, and I think that she will make a good addition to this particular committee. So I definitely urge your support. If not, thank you, Ms. French, for being with us this evening. And we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on a 8-0 vote, and congratulations. Thank you for joining and working with us, Ms. French. We look forward to that.
Thank you.
Okay, counselors, we will move on now to final actions. And before we move on to final actions, I just wondered if the council, a little later on in the agenda, I want to take on some maybe moving the IRBs to the beginning of our agenda. And that would be item, what did we say, Crystal?
Item 062.
And 065.
Which relates to affordable solar, and item 065, which relates to El Encanto, Madam President.
And then I just wondered if the council, wanted to take a little bit of a break, maybe about 6:30-ish or so. Would that be appropriate, depending on where we are on the agenda? Take about a 20-minute break or so. Okay, counselors, so moving on to final actions. I am going to move item 062. I'm sorry.
Item D, 062.
Item D, 062, and item G, 065 to the beginning of the agenda. So I've got to get my script here, though, because I think Chris Muirhead is with us this evening to discuss these. So I will move, I believe those are Councilor Bassan's items, but I will move 062. Mr. Muirhead, would you like to just explain these?
Yes, thank you, Madam. Excuse me, Madam President, members of the council. 062 is related to affordable solar and their request for approval of a local economic development act transaction in the amount. The city's contribution is $125,000 and the state contribution is $500,000. The project is similar to the IRB that you've already looked at. It's the same project, just a second part of the structure related to the acquisition and improvement of a building on Jefferson and Singer for their renewable energy development and energy storage processes. There is a floor substitute just to take out a single word that is in there about equipping, which was an oversight. But I know Cynthia is on the call and Damian, happy to answer any questions. But this would approve the lead transactions for affordable solar.
Thank you, Mr. Muirhead. And we also have Cynthia Hadamio on the call to address item 062. And just for the public, I just want to read this into the record so they know what item we're talking about. It's approving a project involving affordable solar installation pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act and City Ordinance to support the acquisition, renovation, development, improvement, and equipping of a facility for renewable energy production and storage technology research and development company in Albuquerque, New Mexico, authorizing the execution of a project participation agreement and other documents in connection with the process, or with the project, I'm sorry. And I see that I think I have a second from Councilor Benton. Councilor Benton, is that a second that
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
offering? Thank you so much for that. So before we actually move the original bill or pass the original bill, we need to move the floor substitute, which was in your iPads, counselors. And we have Cynthia Jaramillo here as well. If you have questions, Cynthia, did you want to just say a couple of things?
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Borrego and counselors. Certainly, I'm happy to summarize the project. In the interest of time, I promise I will summarize. We are pleased to bring this project before you today for consideration. City Council previously reviewed and passed legislation, as our bond attorney Chris Muir had stated, that was related to the industrial revenue bond. And now today, Affordable Solar seeks to allow for the city to administer and disperse LEDA funds to Affordable Solar, totaling up to $625,000. Affordable Solar, you all, I mentioned this at a previous meeting. They were founded in 1998. They have grown significantly. The state of New Mexico, our partners over at the state's Economic Development Department, have agreed to provide $500,000, and the city proposes to provide $125,000. The city Economic Development Department will serve as the fiscal agent for the state funds. These funds, again, will help the company reimburse eligible expenses for renovations and improvements. These funds will support the redevelopment and rehabilitation of the subject parcel, and the proposed project is located at 3900 Singer Boulevard in the city of Albuquerque. And I'd also like to mention that the company intends to increase their employment by adding a minimum of 90 new employees over the next 10 years, and potentially up to 100 new jobs, primarily consisting of technicians, electricians, and fabricators. And these positions pay anywhere from about roughly $38,000 to $70,000 a year. And there's several benefits of this investment that include a capital expenditure of over $6 million to be invested in the building. This expansion will bring, again, new economic activity. The company, again, agrees and commits to increase their employees over the next 10 years. Not only will Affordable Solar boost our renewable energy industry, but it will also support local businesses. Additionally, the Albuquerque Development Commission unanimously voted in support of this project at their last meeting. Council President and councilors, it is for all of these reasons that we strongly recommend approval of Affordable Solar's LEDA request. I'd also like to briefly thank all those that helped bring this project to fruition. Thank you to Affordable Solar for its investment and dedication to Albuquerque. I would also like to thank our partners at the State Economic Development Department and our partners at Albuquerque Economic Development, Inc., our private sector partners, for their support and for working with us on various aspects of the project. With us today are Sean Ricketts, the CFO of Affordable Solar, and Deborah Inman from Albuquerque Economic Development. And with that, Council President, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jaramillo and Mr. Moorhead. Any questions, counselors? I don't see any questions, so I will move the floor substitute for 062 on behalf of Councilor Bassan. Do I have a second? Councilor Sena, thank you. Councilor Gibson, thank you. So any questions regarding the floor substitute? It does not appear so. So we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on the floor sub.
Thank you, counselors. The floor substitute passes on an 8-0 vote, so we will move back to the original bill of 062, and we have a motion and a second. Counselors, do we have any additional questions? If not, I will urge your support on behalf of Counselor Bassan. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego. 8-0 for 062
Yes.
as substituted.
Thank you, counselors. 062 passes on an 8-0 vote. We will move on to 065, which is also, I'm sorry, this is Counselor Benton's. Counselor Benton, would you like to discuss this?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. 02165 is authorizing the issuance and sale of city bonds for the El Encanto Incorporated IRB. The maximum principal amount of $10 million to provide funds to finance the equipping of a manufacturing facility. And I think everyone's very familiar with El Encanto and Bueno Foods. But I'll turn this over to Director Jaramillo, Mr. Muirhead.
Council President and councilors, I will go ahead and summarize the project and hand it over to our bond attorney, Chris Muirhead. As you recall, the Economic Development Department was recently before council with a couple of Bueno Foods projects or El Encanto projects.
Excuse me, Ms. Jaramillo. There is some information that I need to read into the record regarding this particular item, which is legal information. So if you'll just bear with me before you start that discussion. Okay, this hearing has been called pursuant to section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended concerning the proposed issuance by the city of Albuquerque, New Mexico of its tax exempt industrial revenue bonds in an amount of up to $10 million for the El Encanto Incorporated project. Notice of this hearing was published in the Albuquerque Journal on May 23rd, 2021. The bonds are to be issued to finance the acquisition, construction of 25,000 square feet of a 25,000 square foot freezer facility to be used by the company in its food manufacturing operations. The project will be located in the city of Albuquerque at 2001 4th Street Southwest, 4th Street Southwest, Albuquerque. As mentioned, in El Encanto Incorporated intends to construct an approximate 25,000 square foot freezer addition to its existing facility and to purchase related equipment and improvements necessary in connection therewith. The purpose of this hearing is to give the public an opportunity to comment and ask questions concerning the proposed issuance of bonds so that the city council may consider such information. After all comments have been submitted, the city council will consider the adoption of a bond ordinance authorizing issuance of the bonds for the project. The hearing is now open to questions and comments. I'm sorry, Cynthia, we are going to let you speak before we open up the hearing. But this is basically a quasi-judicial case, and I think that's why we had to read that information. So go ahead.
So we're just letting her comment this question.
Council President and councilors, thank you very much. Without digressing, I will summarize the project. Again, last month, the Board of Finance voted in favor of the company's request, El Encanto or Bueno Foods. So now the company is back to finalize the transaction. The company, as Councilor Borrego mentioned, is seeking $10 million in tax-exempt industrial revenue bonds for their freezer expansion project. The company plans to construct a 25,000 square foot freezer warehouse just adjacent to their existing manufacturing facility in South Barelas. The Buenos Foods expansion will allow the company to increase its frozen food sales in New Mexico and expanded markets outside of the state. Councilor Borrego mentioned the bonds will be tax exempt industrial revenue bonds. The interest on all New Mexico IRBs are exempt from New Mexico income tax. In order for interest on IRBs to be excludable from gross income for federal tax purposes. And numerous other conditions apply, including receiving approval from the State Board of Finance. These IRBs will be self-financed, and under the agreement, Bueno Foods or El Encanto will receive a 90% property tax abatement on any existing buildings or improvements on their existing site, and a 90% abatement on any personal property existing or new for that site. They will also receive an exemption on any gross receipts or compensating taxes due for the purchase of new equipment purchased with bond proceeds and owned and operated by for that site. The value of this investment into our community is substantial. Bueno Foods, I don't have to repeat that, but they have over a 70-year history in our community. They are a valued employer and a good corporate citizen. Benefits of this project include a capital expenditure of $10 million to be invested in the construction. This project will directly result in creating 49 full-time equivalent jobs over a 6-year period and adding 80 to 100 construction jobs, which 80% of those are expected to be filled locally. I'd also like to mention that an independent fiscal impact analysis by the business research arm of the University of New Mexico demonstrates that the LIDA and IRB transactions will make a substantial contribution to the community, and that the city could realize a positive tax benefit with this project over the life of the bonds. In sum, Bueno's project will support local businesses, workforce development, job creation, land use improvements, and enhance property values. And like with affordable solar, it is for all of these reasons that we strongly recommend approval of Bueno Foods IRB request. I would like to thank President Borrego and the entire City Council for your consideration. Also would like to thank Bueno Foods for their continued partnership and dedication to Albuquerque. Again, our partners over at the State Economic Development Department, thank you for your support. We couldn't do anything without them. Company and attendees today include Jackie Baca, who is the president of Bueno Foods. We also have Jean Baca, who is the senior vice president, and Eddie Duffy, who is their general counsel. And also I'd like to introduce Deb Inman, who is speaking on behalf of the project from Albuquerque Economic Development. And with that, Council President, I'll stand for questions, or I would like to pass it over to my colleagues, the company, and also at AED.
Thank you, Ms. Jaramillo. Did any one of your guests care to speak this evening?
Council President, I believe Deborah Inman is prepared to speak on behalf of the project.
Ms. Inman, go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam President and City Council members. My name is Deborah Inman. I'm the Senior Vice President of Business Development for Albuquerque Economic Development, Inc. You know, as you've heard from Cynthia, Bueno Foods has been in our market for over 70 years now. It's a homegrown success story that currently employs over 285 people year-round, and a peak season employment reaching up to 400. This family business is known throughout the Southwest and is now planning to further their geographic and market reach with this 25,000 square foot freezer warehouse addition. The expansion will allow for the additional 49 permanent full-time employees, which will actually equate to an additional annual payroll of a little over $2.1 million. AED fully supports this Bueno Foods expansion and the continued success of this cherished local food producer, and we therefore respectfully request the council's approval of the IRB project before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Inman. And I believe you also said that you had Mr. Baca and there was another individual, Cynthia, that you mentioned.
Council President Borrego, it looks like we have representing the company, we have Jean Baca with us.
Mr. Baca, would you care to speak?
Sure. Good afternoon, President Borrego and councilors, Director Jaramillo and everybody else. I just want to say I really appreciate, or the company really appreciates everything that the city has done, economic development, the state has done, and consideration that you all have given us in this project. And so the city and the state offer some great incentives, and we're excited as a local company from a family who's been here for over 400 years to be able to participate in that and continue to grow our business, which is doing something that hopefully you guys all love, which is eat green chili. And so that's our primary product. But we're happy to be here. We love being in Albuquerque. We plan on being in Albuquerque and New Mexico as long as we can be in business, and really want to thank you all for consideration of this project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baca, Ms. Inman. I would remind the councilors that this is a public hearing, and I did not receive anyone who signed up to speak this evening. So I will just ask the councilors one last time, if you have any questions of either the speakers, our presenters, or our legal counsel, this would be the time to do it. I do not see any councilors raising their hands. Well, Councilor Benton?
No question, Madam President. I was just going to go ahead and move the bill for
Okay.
it to
And
pass.
before you do that, Councilor, I'm just going to close the hearing, and then I'm going to go back to the original bill. And I know that you had moved the original bill, and I seconded that. So are there any questions of any of the councilors at this point? If not, we will move to the vote. Ms. I'm sorry, we're going to move to the floor sub. Councilor
Yeah.
Benton.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll move the floor substitute.
Second.
Okay, Councilor Benton, you have a second from Councilor Gibson on the floor sub. Are there any questions from the councilors? If not, we will move to the vote on the floor sub 065.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on the floor sub.
Okay, councilors, the floor sub passes on an 8-0 vote, and we will move back to the original bill. Councilor Benton to close.
Yeah, I just want to thank Jean and Jackie and the Baca family. It's such a joy to have them in the hood, if you will. I remember when I was first on the council and I went down and, they went in to introduce themselves to me and gave me a fantastic lunch that was all made of their products. It was really great. And so to see this expansion and to see the Bueno name, go even further across our country, not just in take on luggage when I'm going back to the East Coast is really exciting. So urge your support, councilors.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. I just wanted to say, Councilor Benton, I do remember when they had their groundbreaking and they had a wonderful tent event. It was probably in the late 80s. So yeah, their food is always great. So councilors, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on 065 as substituted.
Thank you, councilors. That item passes on an 8-0 vote. So with that, we will move on to, we will go back on the agenda. If you give me just a minute here. We will move to item 059, Counselor Benton and Counselor Gibson. That's item A under final actions.
I will, I'll jump in and move a due pass on 059. This is amending Chapter 14, Article 7, Part 2, Section 1, Paragraph B of the revised ordinances of the city, the professional services ordinance.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions of the council?
Just if I may, Madam President, and I want to thank Vice President Gibson for co-sponsoring this, but this is really taking on something that I think has been long overdue to bump up this limit a bit, as described in the staff report. The cost and the time expended on these really small projects, which were presently limited at $25,000 limit. I'm not sure when that was established, but it was a long time ago. And professional services and cost of projects have greatly increased. So the definition of a small project really has bumped up itself. And to put these relatively small projects into the whole system of the Selection Advisory Committee creates very, very long delays. And many of them are even too small for our on-call contractors. So this was recommended to us by the purchasing department and also by the Selection Advisory Committee board and staff. Thought it would be helpful for them as well. So that's kind of what it's all about, and happy to stand for any questions, but urge your support if not.
Are there any questions, Counselor Gibson?
I don't have a question. I just would also like to voice my agreement on that. $25,000 limit was probably put into effect when we were still using rotary phones. Way obsolete. Has Kuchi, who's been working on this, and for his patience and perseverance. You know, this is something that absolutely has to be done in order for us to do the business that our constituents expect of us. So thank you.
Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena. Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on an 8-0 vote. And counselors, the next item is the IDO, and I'd like to actually move this to later on because I think that we have items that will go a little bit faster than this particular item might. So if you'll bear with me, I will move this item to right before item number, let's see what item this is. Item number EC 377, right before other business, if that would be okay with the council. I think that some of the other items will move pretty quickly, and I think we want to take some time on the IDO amendments. So with that, we will move on to item number C, which is Counselor Pena and Counselor Benton, 061, amending the Albuquerque Charter. Counselor Benton or Counselor Pena, would you like to address this?
defer to you, Councilor Benton. I'm still searching.
I I know. I was like rifling through my papers and trying to keep in order or
Oh, here it is.
keep pace. Yeah, I'll move a do pass on 061, and this is Councilor Pena and I are supporting by request, and it's amending the City of Albuquerque Charter Article 13, repealing voter ID requirements for municipal election. Move a do pass.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Benton. We have a second from Councilor Pena and Councilor Gibson. And I would just remind the council that there are 7 votes that are required to pass this particular item. Are there any questions of councilors?
I have something.
Councilor Gibson?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to kind of state the obvious here. It's the only place that I know of in the state of New Mexico, well, maybe other localities do this and other municipalities, but in any other election that we're in, I don't think we ask for an ID. So I think this started even before rotary phones. So I think it's time for us to change it and modernize, jump right into the 20th century so we can move on to the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. Councilor Sena?
Thank you, Madam President. I also see that our city clerk is here and just wanted to give him an opportunity to chime in because all this is also, from my understanding, in compliance with our state regulation. Is that correct, Mr. Watson?
Mr. Watson, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam President and Councilor Sena. That is correct. The city opted into the Local Election Act in 2018 in ordinance number 2018-034. As a result, voting in city elections is now managed by the county clerk acting under state law, and city elections now occur at the regular local election in November of odd number years. And so in general, state law, not municipal ordinances or charter provisions govern voting in the regular local election. Specifically in regard to this bill, the state law on voter identification applies to the regular local election rather than the provision in our city charter relating to voter identification. And under state law, a voter can identify themselves by either presenting a physical form of ID or providing a verbal or written statement with their name, address, and year of birth. Despite the fact that state law now governs, this provision is still in our charter. There's been confusion about it. I think voters find it confusing, and repealing this provision by this bill would address this voter confusion and I think clarify the issue for voters.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Are there any questions of our city clerk? It appears not. Thank you so much. Any questions from the council? If not, then councilors, we will move to a vote. Oh, Councilor Harris.
Yes, let me ask maybe Mr. Melendez, is there an argument that that these two provisions can be read together? Because generally speaking, the city can do something that's more restrictive than the state. So, I mean, does the state law really mean that it's impossible for the city to have a voter ID, which is more restrictive from the state?
Madam President, Councilor Harris, this is not a situation, I think, where we can reconcile this requirement with the Local Election Act. My read of the Local Election Act and the subsequent changes to it were that it was done sort of with knowing of this particular requirement, and the preemption aspect of it would not permit the city to continue to enforce this as long as we opted in. In 2019, the most recent local election for the city, these were not enforced at that time, although they were on the books because the Local Election Act preempted it. And so it's not possible, I think, right now under the current sort of legal framework of the Local Election Act and what we have written to read them together such that they might still be enforced in the future.
Okay.
Councilor Harris, does that answer your question?
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it doesn't appear we have any other questions. So with that, we will move on to our vote. And I remind us that we need 7 votes regarding this particular issue. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
It's a 6-2 vote. I believe it requires 7 as was announced, so that fails.
Okay, we will move on then, counselors. So the vote was 6-2. We will move on to Counselor Benton's item number E, 063, amending the scope of the Greater Albuquerque Bicycling Advisory Committee, Section 2-6-15 of the code. Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. You read it, and I'll move it for a due pass.
Say
And I will second it. Thank you. Any questions, counselors? Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. I know that Councillor Benton didn't get to go into further explanation of his bill, but I just had one particular question that really something stood out to me in terms of one person also representing the Environmental Planning Commission. Can you kind of go into that and kind of talk more about the reasoning towards that?
Yes, Madam President. Yeah, my understanding is that I mean, a lot of what the structure of this committee is kind of being rolled over from the GABAC, the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and that was one of those things that was rolled over. So historically, the EPC has had a representative, if you will. I don't know that they're technically representing the EPC, but a person from the EPC who's interested in such matters. But if that satisfies your question, Councilor Sena, yeah, just quickly, you know, the GABAC has been focused historically on bicycling and bicycle facilities and safety and so forth over the years. They're a very valuable group that advises us. And, you know, folks who know me, I've had a lot of street projects over the years, and oftentimes it's been really good to have their feedback. But in just recent years, you know, with the passage of Complete Streets and with the administration's support for the Vision Zero effort, there's been a groundswell, I would say, among advocates for alternative transportation and of course recreation purposes as well, around active transportation and as opposed to just cycling. And so the GABAC itself is in support of this change of broadening the scope of what they look at. And I think it's the right way to go. Ms. Morris also has a lot of background on this too. I don't know if she would like to add anything to that.
Ms. Morris, would you like to comment?
Madam Chair, councillors, thank you. That was a great summary from Councillor Benton. I'm not sure there's too much to add. GABAC has for years taken a very active and involved role in the built environment, hence the relationship to the Planning Commission, but from a very specific perspective, which is that of bicyclists. And this revision to the ordinance establishing this committee is expanding their purview to all transportation users, active transportation users. This brings GABAC into more in line with our other Trails and Active Committee, which is GARTSI, the Greater Albuquerque Recreational Trails Committee, which look at all types of users, but on off-street trails. And so here we would have all types of users, but on-street trails. And so this is a nice complement to GARTSI to create GATSy, I guess, what we would call them. I'm available for any questions. Sorry, with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Any other questions? I think Councilor Sena, I just mentioned that historically, the Planning Commission and GABAC have worked pretty closely together. I mean, and kind of a precedence has been set for that relationship. So, I mean, from what I recall. Did you have additional questions, Councilor Sena?
Yes, Madam President. And Councilor Benton, you know, I know that this discussion has also been made in terms of transit for more bike racks or different ways that people can take whatever active mode of transportation that they're using, if it's, you know, a scooter or anything like that. Is there any, you know, connectivity for this board to also relay some information to transit as well? I didn't really see that in here, so I was just curious.
Madam President, if I may, yeah, you know, I think that's a really good point. And, you know, these are volunteer organizations, so you wonder, you know, how much bandwidth any individual member has to go across to committees. But in the instance, of course, the EPC, which is a very demanding volunteer position, we've been lucky to have, as time has moved on, we've had some good people from the EPC that are very active in this committee. And in the same sense, I think the Transit Advisory Board, that I think you're making a good point. And I think they're probably more than just these two committees, where there are a lot of intersections with regard to street safety and all these things that we're talking about, and the ability to use transit and the ability, you know, nice thing about the ART, love it or hate it, it's really nice to roll your bike right onto the bus, you know, and oftentimes you'll hear a lot of discussion, oh, 3 bikes on the front rack is not enough, you know, if it's full, then I've got to wait to the next bus. And so there are a lot of discussions about that. And for transit to work, you've got to finish that last mile, they call it. And cycling can be a really good way to accomplish that, the first or last mile. So I think you're asking an important question. I don't know exactly the answer to that in terms of constituting this committee, but I think it's an important question that maybe we ought to have a discussion, or I'd be happy to work with you and talk to both committees and see where they have intersections and how they might support one another.
Yeah, thank you for the Ben. Appreciate that.
Any other questions of counselors? I don't see any other hands raised. So with that, counselors, we will move on to a vote. Ms. Ortega. Councilor Benton, did you want to close? I'm sorry.
No, thanks. Just urge your support. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Harris. Councilor Harris. Councilor Harris. Excuse. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, counselors. That passes on a 7-0 vote with Councilor Harris temporarily excused. We will move on to item F. Councilor Gibson, would you like to present this?
Certainly, thank you. This is 064. It's amending the traffic code to clarify the placard or license plate requirements for use of disabled parking spaces. And this was an email that went out, I think, earlier today or recently, that very likely all of us, all counselors, did hear from a particular constituent who had a family member with her and needed special close-in parking, and using a parking placard from another state displayed, easy viewability, still cut it, and she ended up getting a parking ticket. And so I think our intention here is to to change the rules so that placard from another state will work here in Albuquerque. So I will move 064. I'll move a do pass.
I will second that, and I'll just mention, and I see Councilor Davis also raising his hand. I would just mention that I think Councilor Gibson and I were both approached by some individuals who received citations from out of state and were parked in appropriately parked in handicapped areas and or designated areas and received citations, and that's what raised this issue. So I think that we've all kind of seen that happen across the state, and so this just makes it easier for people who are disabled to be able to park in those handicap spaces and not be cited if they're from out of town or in town, or regardless of where they're from, but gives them that accessibility. Councilor Harris.
Yes, and this actually hit close to home. My daughter had to have an operation up in Denver. That was the only place where the surgery could be done. And then she got a handicap placard from Colorado, and she came here and parked in the mall, and she got a ticket. And then I read the statute, and it's kind of confusing. The statute isn't very clear, the state statute on handicap parking. It could be read to mean that you have to have a New Mexico handicap placard, but I think that the Constitution, which requires full faith and credit from laws of one state to another, would override that. She was able to get it dismissed, but still, we hate to make people go through that effort.
Thank you, Councilor Harris, and I'm sorry about your daughter. Any other comments? Councilors? No? If not, we will move to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sena,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, councilors. That item passes on an 8-0 vote. That's 064. We will move on to our next order of business, which is item number I, which is R132. Councilor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. R132 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 5912 Sweetwater Drive Northwest within the city limits of Albuquerque is so ruined, damaged, and dilapidated as to be a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, or safety, and that it is to be required to be removed. I move a do pass.
Second, Councilor Sena. Any questions or discussion from the council?
Yep, Madam President, if I can actually go to Director Williams, and I know that I was very grateful to Chris Romero, who I've heard is no longer a code enforcement supervisor, but I just want to extend my appreciation to him and to Vincent for letting me tour this property myself to see its condition and see some of the neighborhood conversations. And from my understanding, the property owners, or at least those that are listed on record, do not live in the state and it is vacant. But if we can have Director Williams give an update, see if we did make any movement or not. If we haven't, to really have the property owners maybe come forward once we go through this process. Director Williams.
Thank you, Councilor Sena. And I would just remind the council that this has been a long-standing item on our agenda. So Director Williams.
Madam President, thank you. As Councilor Sena mentioned, multiple attempts have been made by code enforcement prior to this matter being introduced for council's consideration. And while it's worked its way through the process, all of those efforts, unfortunately, have not resulted in some open, positive communication with the owner. In a nutshell, code enforcement has not been able to get in touch with a real life person on this. As Councilor Sena noted, the owner, according to the county assessor, does live out of state. There are approximately $7,500 in existing liens against the property for board up and cleanup work in order to ensure that the property is not or it's decreased in being an attractive nuisance. However, despite all those efforts, code enforcement was out as recently as Friday of last week. They continue to find drug paraphernalia on the property, clothing and items that indicate that some sort of trespassing is taking place on the property. So despite or because of all of those issues, and despite the efforts of code enforcement to get in touch with somebody, none of that is coming to fruition. And that's why this matter is back before you again. And the department is requesting that we move forward with condemnation. We will still make attempts to get in touch with the property owner if that takes place prior to demolishing the structure. But we're not getting any communication, nor are we getting anybody to step forward, but yet we're still having problems with the site. We'll stand for any questions.
Are there questions of Mr. Williams? Councilor Harris?
Yes, briefly, and it's sort of a speech, sort of a question for press or anyone else who's watching this, is that when the city of Albuquerque goes and destroys a building, I mean, that's a pretty, significant event. It's a pretty unusual event. And I think people who believe in freedom and property rights and all that stuff would be very, very concerned when the government goes and destroys someone's property. So I would just like Mr. Williams to let people know, because in my experience, by the time the city gets to this point, we've been very, very patient, and we've taken, in most cases, years to get here. So Mr. Williams, could you just kind of go through the process and how long and how much effort we've taken over in what period of time to try to get these owners into compliance?
Madam President, Councilor Harris, you're absolutely correct. For this particular piece of property, this has been substandard, or it's not able to be legally occupied because of its poor condition for over 6 years. During that time, code enforcement makes multiple attempts through written correspondence to the registered owner of the property to explain to them what the problem is and what needs to be done to correct it, to make the house livable again. In this particular situation, if any communication did take place, it was early on in the enforcement process. And since then, code enforcement continues to get complaints from neighbors for people that are either trespassing into the structure or they're dumping items, litter and debris on the property. The police department has been out any number of times to run people off, people that are squatting or that are trespassing on the property. But because nobody steps forward, nobody has a plan to deal with the issues and forces the city to have to board and clean the property, it goes on a list, and then code enforcement is required to look at that list and make a determination as to which properties are the biggest drain on city resources, because we don't have a property owner that steps forward and holds their end of the bargain, if you will, maintains the property in some way. And because of that, really code enforcement gets painted into a corner. The Uniform Housing Code indicates that that the planning department is not able to bring a matter like this to council's attention for at least 12 months. So it has to be in a situation where it's a problematic property for that amount of time. But because of that, because we don't have an owner that steps forward, we honestly don't have any other options that are available to us. And multiple attempts are made to, again, reach the property owner, and if possible, work with industry professionals, real estate agents and the like, to try and maybe sell the property to somebody that might want to take over, take ownership of the property. But because of all of those shortcomings and without any options moving forward, it's a process that takes a while, but it intentionally takes a while because we want to give a property owner every possible opportunity to step forward and do the right thing before we come to council and make such a request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other questions of counselors?
Madam President, if I can close.
Yes, absolutely. Councilor Sena, go ahead.
Only if there's no other questions or comments.
It doesn't appear that there are.
All right. Well, from my understanding and also touring this property, it is very unfortunate. I know that there is really some good bones in this house. It is in pretty dilapidated condition on the inside. Definitely not to a condition where people can live in it. But from my understanding, people had been interested, tried to reach out to the property owners as well to just purchase the house. And I'm hoping that through this process, it'll motivate the property owners to sell it. As I know that people have tried to actually purchase it too, but maybe this will motivate, just like the other properties in the district that we've had success on, like Everett. There's another property that I'm hearing really great movement on. So we, for the public to know that we are trying to avoid this as much as possible. And on top of that, the property owners can stop the process at any point. And this is just one way to really put some pressure on them to proceed forward, whether it's to rehab it or to, again, get to contact with those that are interested in purchasing it. So with that, I'm going to...
Counselor, before we go to the final close, I just wanted to ensure that if there is anyone from the public or the property owner is present and they wish to speak, that we allow that if they are here. And I see that there is somebody in the chat room. So if you'll bear with me, I'd like to give them that opportunity. It appears that Mr. Leslie is with us.
Yes, hello, Madam President, and thank you, councilmen and women, for letting me speak. I'm actually currently on in regards to the property 1717 Edith Boulevard. I have here the purchase agreement and agreement to sign from Jesus.
Okay,
Delgado.
sir, we are on the previous item, R132. So if you'll just bear with us until the next item,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then we will allow you to speak at that time. But I was asking if there's anybody representing R132, which is at 5912 Sweetwater Drive Northwest. And if they're, and also, so it doesn't appear that there is anyone with us this evening. So Councilor Sena, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. I had my hopes up a little bit, hoping that it was maybe a representative of the property owners. But with that, it is really unfortunate that we have to hear these cases. But again, just like some of the other properties that we've seen positive outcomes, like Everett, like another property that may be coming up to us at council soon, that has a lot of good movement. We're going to proceed forward with this. And hopefully the property owners come in compliance or at least reach back out. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sena. So I will consider that your close. And with that, we have a motion and a second. And we will move to Ms. Ortega for a vote.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Councilor
Sorry,
Pena?
no.
No?
No.
Okay. Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego. Got it. It passes on a 7-1 vote.
Councilors, these are always difficult items to deal with, but we will move on to Councilor J, which is Councilor Benton, R135. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. R135 5 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 1717 Edith Boulevard Southeast, etc. It is so ruined, damaged as to be a menace to public comfort, health, peace, or safety, and is to be required to be removed. I move a due pass.
We have a motion for a due pass. I have a second from Councillor Harris.
Thank
And
you.
I would just mention, in this particular instance, I just want to mention that if the property owners are in this meeting, we also have interpreters available for these items. So if interpreters are needed, we do have someone available. So, councilors, Councilor Benton.
Yeah, I just did want to, we want to hear from Mr. Leslie, but I did want to also hear from Director Williams. I think he mentioned the last one had been on the books for over 6 years. This one's just under 6 years of.
So we're going to go to Mr. Williams first to review the case, and then we will come to Mr. Leslie. Mr. Williams.
Madam President, councilors, thank you. Councilor Benton is in the ballpark. This is just short of 7 years being in its substandard condition. There are approximately $6,500 in existing liens for board up and cleanup work for the property. The most recent inspection was conducted last week by our Code Enforcement Division, found that the property remained in its substandard condition, but they have had communication with the property owner who had indicated that the property, he was marketing the property for sale, and that we could expect some sort of paperwork to be filed as it relates to that. I'm assuming that Mr. Leslie is here to discuss that. Compliance, of course, is the ultimate goal. So the department would not be averse to listening to Mr. Leslie and at the council's pleasure, providing him with some additional opportunity if that's warranted in order to bring about the sale of the property. Again, provided that that's what we're here to talk about this afternoon. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions of Mr. Williams? It does not appear so. Mr. Leslie, are you representing the property owner?
Hello, Madam President. Actually, I am not representing the property owner, but I'm currently under contract to purchase the property. We're due to close next Monday. So I'm here to actually express that the property owner and I are currently under contract and I have an agreement to go ahead and transfer the property ownership.
Okay, before I allow you to speak, I'm going to just mention that if the property owner is on this particular video conference, then you may be moved in to speak, and we have Naomi Todd, who is available to interpret. Naomi, would you say that in Spanish, please?
Yes, Madam President. Se les informa que en este asunto del R21135 está bajo consideración en este momento y si los dueños de esta propiedad están presentes y quisieran pasar a entrar a la reunión para poder prestar declaraciones, se pueden. Entonces, hay interpretación por si quieren participar y favor de hacer saber su presencia en este momento.
Okay, thank you, Naomi. It does not appear that we have the property owner available to participate, so we will move on to Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Madam President and the council.
Mr. Leslie, I am so sorry. Councillor Harris has a very quick question, I think, of
Okay, well, I'll ask him some other questions about this deal and if it's really going to close on Monday, but just wanted to point out that legally after, and Councillor Jones could talk about this too, but after something's under contract, the title is sort of split. There's a legal title which is what you're talking about. But Mr. Leslie, if he's the purchaser, he actually has a type of title called equitable title. So in a way, we do have an owner here.
Okay, thank you for that, Counselor Harris. Mr. Leslie, go ahead. I'm sorry, but I knew that his question would be relevant, or his comment. So go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilman Harris, for pointing that out. I do want to go ahead and once again express that I have a current purchase agreement that states that we're to close on June 14th, next Monday. As to whether that will be the initial and final closing date, we are still getting updates from Title as we speak with Mary Hewitt at First American Title. Right now, we do plan to close on that date, and we do plan to work on the property immediately after closing, or very soon after closing, depending on how quickly we can get contractors lined.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leslie. So I will go back to our sponsor, Counselor Benton. Oh, Counselor Harris, did you have a follow-up?
Just because my wife's a broker, and sometimes there can be all kinds of contingencies in these agreements. I mean, is this a clean transaction? I can understand how there'll be title, but is this a really clean transaction?
Yeah, so there's no sort of contingencies. We're paying all closing costs for the property. The only contingency is, that it is contingent upon the buyer's and partner's approval. My partner is here, and it is completely okay. We've approved, and we're moving forward. It's a full cash transaction, no sort of loan whatsoever. And so we're good to close. We're reputable for closing on all of our deals.
Thank you, Counselor Harris. Counselor Benton.
I think given the, I assume, Mr. Leslie, that you have not been in touch with the planning department about this, but we would want you to kind of just be in direct contact with them. So I don't know, Director Williams, would you, how can we arrange that to confirm the status as of next week? And then I'm prepared to offer a deferral on the item.
Madam President, Councilor Borrego, Mr. Leslie, if you've got a pen, if you'll take down my number and call me tomorrow, I can make sure that I'll put you in contact with our code enforcement division and our building safety division who handles permits, and we can get you, we can get you in communication with the right people. It's 505-924-3454. And my first name is Brennan, Brennon.
And Madam President, I'll move a deferral until our meeting on the 21st.
I'm just wondering, Counselor Benton, if that is going to be adequate time, maybe to the August 1st meeting, or August 2nd?
Well, it is our last opportunity to stay on top of this before the July break. I think I'd at least like to have to check, be able to check in with Mr. Leslie.
And then you can defer again if you need to. Okay. Yeah. Counselor, I'll second your motion. And I see Counselor Davis also has a second, I believe. Okay, so we have a motion to defer until our June 21st meeting. And there's a motion and a second. So Ms. Ortega, would you like to take the vote?
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Sena. Excuse me, Counselor Pena first.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Deferral on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you, Counselor. Is that deferred on an 8-0 vote? We will move on to our next item, which
Madam
is...
President, if I may interject, I just want to go ahead and clarify what exactly it is that you guys will be looking for on the 21st, just to make sure that we are good to go with, the non-condemnation of the property.
Mr. Leslie, I believe that we would like to see that you have made contact with Mr. Williams and that you are moving forward on your pending sale. So we would like to see some indication of that. And Mr. Melendres?
Madam President, I think you also want to wait and hear the presentation from Mr. Williams, your staff analysis of that progress, and at that time make a determination about the propriety of moving forward or not.
Councilor Harris, did you have a comment also?
Sure, and then also with Mr. Williams, they're going to work with you on some sort of remediation plan so that it's not just a question of buying it. At that point in time, you're going to have to go to work with Mr. Williams, and as you've heard, the city tends to be pretty patient and reasonable. But there's going to be a plan in place that Mr. Williams is going to and his staff are going to impose. It says you have to do this, 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 and this, and it'll be reasonable and doable and all that sort of thing. But I think that's also, I think in 2 weeks we're going to make sure that things are moving in that direction.
Understood. Thank you, Council and the Councilwoman.
And Mr. Leslie, if you have any problems reaching Mr. Williams, you can contact your counselor. Thank you. We will, with that, we will move on. We have another item, which is another nuisance abatement, substandard dwelling. And this is Councilor Davis, R153.
Thank you, Madam President. R153 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 400 Mesilla Southeast within the city of Albuquerque. And it is so ruined, damaged, or dilapidated as to be a menace to the public comfort, health, safety, and it is required to be removed. I recommend to do that, or excuse me, I move approval.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. We have a motion from Councilor Davis and a second from Councilor Jones. And I saw Councilor Davis raise his hand again. So did you have a comment, Councilor Davis?
Madam President, if I may just check with Mr. Williams or his staff. I believe this building was involved in a fire as recently as this weekend. Is that what I recall, Mr. Williams?
Madam President, Councilor Davis, yes, sir, that is correct. Our division manager had to respond to an after-hours call because of fire that was started at this unit.
Thank you, Madam President. Happy to take other questions or comments, but I want to point out that this is a property we've been dealing with since I've been on, since just before I was on the city council in 2016. It's long overdue, and quite frankly, as you just heard, it's become an increasing menace to the neighborhood, and I think we need to move forward quickly.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. I am going to defer over to Mr. Williams, and I'm also going to ask Julian to allow, if there's a property owner available, to allow him into the chat room. Mr. Williams.
As Madam President, councilors, thank you. As Councilor Davis mentioned, this is a substandard unit that has been in its current condition for about 4.5 years now. Within the last month, emergency services have responded approximately 20 times. The majority of those calls have been from the police department for a total of 14 in the last 12 months. There are currently $20,000 in liens against the site for boarding and cleanup work. As Councilor Davis mentioned, there was a fire as recently as this weekend on early Saturday morning. There has been some communication with the property owner on several occasions with our code enforcement division. But despite assurances that the property is either going to be rehabilitated or remodeled in some way, none of those actions have taken place. Based on that, I'll stand for any questions if there are some from the council.
Are there any questions for Mr. Williams, councilors? If not, then I am going to ask if there is a property owner present in our chat room, and it does not appear so. So with that, I will go back to Councilor Davis to close. Thank you, Councilor Davis. We will move on to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
7 to 1 vote. We will move on to another item that Councillor Davis has on the agenda this evening is R154. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. If this speech sounds like a lot like the last one, it's because this is the neighbor adjacent property owned by the same people for the same amount of time, and it's also had the same amount of problems. R154 is a nuisance substandard dwelling in need of abatement of 404 Mesilla, and it is so ruined, damaged, and dilapidated as to also be a menace to the public comfort, health, and safety, and is required to be removed. I move a do pass.
Second. And I will move to Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam President. Councillor Davis summarized it correctly. The only thing that I would add is in the past 12 months, there have been 10 emergency calls for service to this particular site. Again, it's immediately, it's next door to the site that we just discussed. There are a little more than $13,000 in existing liens for boarding and cleaning up of this fourplex. Again, there have been multiple attempts to contact the owner. There has been some communication back and forth, but again, so far, no action has taken place to either abate the existing violations or propose a plan to deal with those. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Williams? I do not see any questions, Mr. Williams. I will give the property owner an opportunity to speak if they are with us this evening. Mr. Moya, do you see a property owner? There is somebody raising their hand, so we will wait to see if there's someone in the chat. Miss, do you want to say?
Madam President, Mike Salganek, you raised your hand. Are you the property owner? Can you please just identify yourself? Again, Miss or Mrs. Salganek, are you there?
And I would just offer that we do have Naomi Todd, who is our interpreter. Ms. Todd, are you still available? She's not available.
He's muted.
Sir, I believe that you're muted. Could you unmute yourself? I don't see anyone. No. Okay, well, we gave that individual an opportunity, but it does not appear that we have a connection. So we will move on to Councillor Davis to close, unless there are other questions. Councillor Davis?
Sorry, I just heard your support, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Okay, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena. Councillor Pena. Councillor Pena. Excused. Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, councillors. That passes on a 7-0 with Councillor Pena temporarily excused. We will move on to item number N, which is Councillor Benton's R155. Councillor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. R21-155 is a nuisance substandard dwelling in a structure in need of abatement at 1804 High Street Southeast within the city limits. It's so ruined, damaged, and dilapidated to be a menace to public comfort, health, peace, or safety, and that it is required to be removed. I move a do pass.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. we have a second from Counselor Jones. And we also will move on to Mr. Williams to discuss this particular item.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Williams.
President. Thank you, Madam President. This is a substandard unit that has been in its current condition for about 6.5 years. In the past 12 months, there have been a couple police department calls for service to this property. I'm happy to report that last week, code enforcement did hear from a family member who has reported that the property, the inside of the building has been cleaned and the unit, the home, has been resecured. And they report that they're currently gathering information or, estimates from contractors in an effort to rehabilitate the structure and get it back into productive use. Code enforcement also reports that while there are approximately $2,200 in existing liens, those lien amounts have been reduced recently significantly based on some payments that have been made for, again, boarding and cleanup work that resulted in liens against the property. So again, we have about a little more than $2,000 in liens, but that amount has been reduced recently. Based on that, because again, compliance is the ultimate goal, if it's the councilor's pleasure, we certainly wouldn't be, we would not be opposed to continuing the discussions with the family member to see if we can't come up with a plan and then report back in a future meeting to this council on the status of those discussions. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions of Mr. Williams, councilors? Do we have a property owner present, Mr. Moya, regarding this item?
Jasmine Henderson is coming.
I see that there's a person named Jasmine Henderson on the call. Ms. Henderson, are you related to this item?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we would like to offer you the opportunity to speak. Would you care to accept that?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm currently working with some contractors right now to get the house back in good standing and with the city. I just asked for a little bit more time to continue on doing this right now.
Okay, and how much time would that be, Ms. Henderson?
90 days.
Okay, and are you purchasing this property or what is your intent?
The property it's my family's property.
It's your family's property. Okay. Councilor Benton?
Well, we've waited 6.5 years. I guess we could defer this. I don't know. I guess I would like to kind of establish some sort of a schedule. And I wonder if we could, since Ms. Henderson is here, and we could perhaps get her in touch with Mr. Williams, that if we, again, at least come back and get a report on how that discussion is going, what the realistic next steps are within that 90 days, I'd be willing to hear this at our next meeting and then again defer, but I would like to get some definition as to what the path forward is going to be.
And also Councilor Harris has a question. We will ask Ms. Henderson to address that, but I'm also going to allow Councilor Harris to ask his question because it may be related.
Sure. I would just like to say to Ms. Henderson that 90 days sounds completely unreasonable, that you've had 6 years, that the patience of the city has come to an end, that if you or your family members cannot come up with capital to fix this property, then you need to sell it. Those are your two options. Either get on the stick quickly and get this thing fixed up quickly or get rid of it. 6 years is too long. You have created a problem for your neighborhood. You've created a problem for your neighbors. You've made your neighborhood a worse place to live. because of your actions, and this has to stop. So I would support a deferral until the next meeting, and I really encourage Ms. Henderson to get with Mr. Williams to come up with a plan and a schedule, as Councilor Benton said.
And Madam, thank you for that, Councilor Harrison. And Madam President, if Director Williams could also be getting some phone calls right away, I hope, to determine, again, what the path forward would be for this. But I do agree that we need to keep a fire lit under this, no pun intended, and hopefully no fire intended.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. Mr. Williams, would you just repeat your contact information, and we'll hope that Ms. Henderson can contact you tomorrow?
Madam President, happy to do so. Ms. Henderson, my office line is 505-924-3454. And all of that is also listed on the city website.
Ms. Henderson, it appears to me from what the counselors are saying is that you need to get with Mr. Williams as soon as possible, meaning tomorrow, and work out some sort of a plan forward so that if the council defers this for 2 weeks, that you are able to come back to the council with some sort of plan of action.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. I just like to add that I just actually recently got on this. The 6 years was unto my knowledge. I got onto this probably early May of this year. So I'm trying to work as quickly as possible to get this back into good standing, because this is my first knowing of it. So that's why I jumped on it, and I'm trying to do something about it. So I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, so do you understand what the council's intent is here?
Yes, Madam President, I do understand the intent and what the council is asking.
Okay, so with that, councilors, Councilor Benton to close.
Yeah, just to confirm, Ms. Henderson, you got confirm that you got Director Williams' number there that he gave you.
Yes, I confirm I got the number. I will call him tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Urge your support, councilors. So we'll on the deferral, 2 weeks.
Councilor Benton, that is a motion, so I will second your motion. So councilors, we have a motion for a 2-week deferral, and with the understanding that the property owner will contact Mr. Williams. And with that, we will move to a vote.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral to June 21st.
Okay, councilors, very well. We will move on to item P, which is Councillor Gibson and Councillor Davis, R162. And I will let one of you take the lead. Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I was going to defer to Councilor Gibson. This is the project she's worked on much longer than me, and I see she's back. Madam Vice President.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. Councillor Davis. R162 is establishing complete street, pedestrian, and streetscape improvements on San Pedro Drive from Central Avenue to Haynes Avenue as a priority for the city of Albuquerque. As some of you may be aware, we've made some extensive improvements to San Pedro in the Mile High District, branded that as a business district, and made some significant improvements. But, since Lomas is the dividing line between District 7 and District 6, and there's a very active neighborhood association, Fair Heights West. All 3 or 4 neighborhood associations have been working together to make improvements and sort of get some cohesion in that whole area, or that whole street of San Pedro, the San Pedro corridor from I-40 all the way down to Central. So both Councilor Davis and I have been very supportive of this effort. And what this does is, as it states, makes this as a priority. And I will move it to pass.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. So we have a motion, and I see that Councilor Davis is offering a second, I believe. Are there any questions of the council or comments?
Madam President, I'd like to add just a brief comment to follow Councilor Gibson before we close.
I'm just really happy, Councilor Gibson, to see that you're working in this area. I have a lot of friends and family that live in this area, so I'm I'm very excited for the work that you're planning to do here. Any other comments, councilors? If not, we'll go to Councilor Davis to close.
Thanks, Madam President. I'll do that. And let me just say, for those of us who know this neighborhood, and thanks, Councilor Gibson, for this was something she started in her Mile High neighborhood, as she mentioned, and intersected with some work of the neighborhoods in the Fair West, neighbors in the Fair West neighborhood. But for those of us who know a little bit about the history of those neighborhoods, we also know that our African-American small business community has a real hub there in the piece of Lomas, or excuse me, the piece of San Pedro south of Lomas there. And I want to give a particular acknowledgement to members of the African-American Chamber and the African-American community who have really looked at an opportunity to incubate and mentor other young entrepreneurs in that area right by the William Stapleton Center and others. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for the city to invest in that type of community investment. And so I appreciate everyone's support for that. And with that, I would urge your support, and I'm certain my co-sponsor does as well.
Thank you, Councilor Davis and Councilor Gibson. So I do not see any other questions in the chat. So with that, we will move on to Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, councilors. That item passes on an 8-0 vote. So with that, we will move on to item Q, which is Councilor Benton, R175. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. R175 is amending the CIP of the city by approving new projects and changing the scope of existing projects relating to District 2 Council neighborhood set-asides. And this is just adjusting our allocation of categories for the upcoming bond election. And I move a do pass. And
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and 2 seconds from Councilor Jones and Councilor Davis. Any discussion from any of the councilors? I do not see any questions. So with that, we will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councilor Benton.
yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, councilors. We are through the majority of our business before getting to the IDO. If the council would like, I said we would take a break about 6:30. It is 6:19. We can either, and I think IDO is going to take a little bit of time because there's quite a bit of discussion. We could move to the to item 13, which is other business, and then come back after our break to the IDO if the council chooses. I see a lot of nods and a lot of thumbs up. So we will move to item 13, other business. And this is EC 377, a veto of O 2018, imposing a municipal gasoline tax of 2 cents per gallon, conditional upon voter approval. And I will just let the council know that this is a move to override the administration's veto. There is a required 6 votes to override the veto. Councillor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to override.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and there is a second by Councillor Jones. And are there any questions from the council? I do not see any questions. Councillor Davis?
Thanks, Madam President. I just want to point out and mention, I know there's been a lot of conversation in the media about this, and I think it's important for us to correct the record just a little bit, no matter where this vote goes. I saw some messages from the mayor regarding his veto and from some folks in the press from the administration mentioning that they thought it was a bad time, that we shouldn't raise taxes during a pandemic. And even the mayor's survey that I saw he sent around, not scientific, but just asking for public opinion, sort of failed to mention that this item was for the November 2022 ballot to go into effect in 2023. And at the request of several counselors, specifically Councilor Senna, I know, we added that delay to ensure that there would be no confusion that this wouldn't happen during the pandemic. And so I was a little disappointed to hear and see that the administration sort of ignored that point. It was really important to them when they talked to us about what to pass. And so I hope that going forward, no matter what happens with this override, I'm sure there will be another proposal to do that going forward with another council or in the future. I hope we can be more transparent with the public about how these specific actions really do end up on the ballot, which ballot they end up, and that voters get to make that decision, not the city council. I thought it was really smart for us to let voters make a decision about raising their own taxes, and I'd support that in the future, and I still think that's the best policy. So for that reason, I'll be voting with Councilor Benton to override the veto.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I saw Councillor Jones and I see Councillor Benton also. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I think obviously we all know how we feel about this, but just to make it really clear again, this is one of the most fair taxes that could possibly be levied in the city of Albuquerque, because it is specifically for the repair and maintenance of our streets. And when we stop and think, how do our streets get in bad shape and what causes us to have to do repair and maintenance? It's the drivers, it's the cars, it's the automobiles. So to put a tax of this size, 2 cents per gallon, on the drivers who are using the facility, we don't get to do that very often, where it's just the people who use the facility who pay to help maintain it and make it work. So overall, the numbers that I have seen, if this were to pass, the average amount to be paid in this tax by a citizen of the city of Albuquerque, which means there'll be some with much higher and some much lower, is $10 a year, maximum of $12. This is a very small price to pay to make our streets more usable and more driver friendly or bus friendly or pedestrian friendly, what we need to do. So just a reminder that this isn't a tax just for the sake of taxing, and there is a specific use for this tax, not to just go in the coffers and be used for whatever the next cute project is that we have in the city. So thank you, Madam President, for letting me have that time.
Councillor Jones, and now we have Councillor Benton. I know that this is your item, so would you be okay if I move on to some of the other councillors, because everybody's hand is up now?
Sure. I'll just wait and kind of close on my
Thank
motion.
you. Councillor Pena and then Councillor Gibson.
I think Councillor Gibson might have been first, but it's up to her. Okay. Well, I gave my reasons. I won't go beyond that. But, one of the other concerns that I hadn't mentioned, and I kind of left it off the discussion, is that when we look at other means on how we provide capital in the city of Albuquerque. 70% of the city of Albuquerque's capital tends to go on the east side of the river, and 30%. So, you know, one of the other things that I'd like to investigate more is really how we make it more equitable in terms of infrastructure. And as you know, the west side of Albuquerque is the area of the city of Albuquerque that's growing. So I just want to make sure when we are, you know, taxing our residents, that we really make sure that we can say that when we're investing in the west side as well. So thank you.
Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Melendez, please, if I may.
Mr. Melendez.
This is about the veto itself. There was a little bit of email back and forth. I wonder if you could explain the veto message on this particular bill.
Sure, Madam President, Councilor Gibson and councilors, the mayor did send a veto message back to the city council, and that message expressed some concern with the timing, which was addressed by Councilor Davis. It also addressed some concern with the timing of the enactment of an election resolution, suggesting that perhaps the election resolution would be the business of a future council. We're presently in the 24th city council, and after the next election, we'll be in the 25th with a slightly different composition. However, one thing to point out is the gas tax ordinance itself, regardless of what election you send it to, would actually require a vote by this council in order to enact the election component of it. So there's a 60-day requirement from the day that you adopted the ordinance to do that.
Thank you for that. So it sounds like there might have been, at least in part of the mayor's reasoning, a misunderstanding or miscommunication maybe. And if that's what it appears to me. And if so, I'm wondering if the mayor has indicated in any way that he would take back the veto. Has anybody had a conversation with the administration?
I don't believe that anyone has, Counselor.
Okay,
Unless individual counselors have.
Oh, well, so the camera just came on in the mayor's conference room. Maybe there might be someone there who would like to address that.
Can we go to the mayor's conference room?
I have a question about whether the mayor is willing to take back his veto, whatever is going to.
Councilor Borrego, Council President Borrego, we have Steve that's in the Economic Development Conference Room that can respond to that.
Steve, could you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, this is actually the city attorney, Mr. Aguilar. So I'm just in the Economic Development Conference Room, but just addressing the entrenchment concerns, as the council knows or should know. One legislative body cannot legally bind a future legislative body to any type of action. And that's a firmly established law. It's a concept called legislative entrenchment. It's been decided by the United States Supreme Courts in the 1850s. So certainly, if the next council wanted to enact this tax and approve this legislation, and as well as the election resolution in January, it certainly could. But my view differs from Chris in that I think that it's improper. And the Supreme Court has said that. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar.
Madam President, it seems like we have done this more than once before since I've been on council, and there has to be a council to float these bills and
Council President Borrego, this is Mike Pulley in the Mayor's Conference Room.
Mr. Pulley, can you let Councilor Gibson finish her thought first?
So thank you. The only message I really have is that we have a 2-year window, although issues aren't guided by 2-year windows. They come up as we need them. And I don't think there'd be very many people, if anyone, at City Hall to deny that we, do not need more funding for not only street maintenance, but construction and renovation, rehabilitation. So, it seems to me we've done it before. And if we were precluded from doing that, going forward, it'd be very difficult to get before voters, potential decisions that they need to make. So that's really all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pulley, go ahead.
Council President Borrego and councilors, thank you. And just want to note there were several reasons in the veto message, not just one for the veto. Yes, we did bring up the timing. The mayor brought up the timing about not knowing what the future holds for our economy, given the fact that we're coming out of the pandemic. And that absolutely was one of the reasons. And you've dealt with the entrenchment issue. And I think there's some legal ambiguity about that, this being a unique thing, putting a tax on a ballot and it's taxed on a future ballot. So you've heard that issue. But also the third reason that I want to make sure we also share is that we really do think there are other funding sources that can also be used to address some of these issues. Given the context we're in right now, there's more federal money available, as you know. They've worked with us on the federal money that's been made available. We think there's other financing sources that are not just tied to federal funding. And so I think the mayor is interested in talking about funding these needs, and surely we're all interested in talking about different approaches. The feeling was just that right now, trying to bind a future council, trying to put something on the ballot in 2 years, a tax with so much uncertainty and with other options, it was a set of issues that led to the veto.
Thank you, Mr. Pulley. I had another counselor, Counselor Harris had his hand up for a while. Counselor Harris?
Okay.
Okay, any other comments by counselors? I had a comment that I'd like to make, actually, Counselor Benton, before you close. I was doing.
I'm not ready to close. I have questions of my own.
Oh, okay. Counselor Benton, go ahead.
All right. First of all, I'd like to ask the city attorney, Mr. City Attorney, when you were being confirmed by this council, we had a discussion about who you work for. And this is a conversation I've had with every candidate or every nominee for city attorney. I asked them the same question and got the same answer. And the answer was, I work for the city. I work for both council and the mayor. What sort of, until this was articulated to me, I was certainly not aware of what this argument was that you're making tonight. What sort of, would it not have been appropriate to discuss that with members of the council?
Sorry, would what have not been appropriate to discuss?
Would it not have been appropriate for you to discuss your opinion about this with councilors who passed this this resolution?
Certainly, Councilor, yes, absolutely. First of all, I do work for the city, for both council and for the executive and administration. This issue is important, and as I am seeing it now, I want to make sure that I'm being clear as to what provision is actually problematic, and that is the provision that that compels a future council to take some type of action. That's what the legislative entrenchment language is, which is compelling the next council to send the election resolution because it's improper for that resolution to be sent this year. So
look, I had a conversation with the mayor where I made it clear that we would pass an election resolution. That's not binding the next council to do anything because it's all set up. As was stated before, I believe by Councilor Gibson, oftentimes we can't get on a ballot, and we, as I recall, we automatically just moved it to the next available ballot that was a legal venue for the question. We've done
Well,
that.
My apologies, Madam President and Councilor Benton. My understanding is I think that this proposed language came through in the method of a floor amendment. And so if it wasn't on the original bill, and I mean, I wouldn't have been able to offer an opinion or to meet with councilors before that, but I'm certainly happy to have any other discussions regarding future legislation in this particular issue. So,
well, yeah, future legislation, the way it's stacking up right now. But I mean, the fact is, we did pass this with a stated intention of putting it on the ballot in 22. And as Mr. Melendez, in a memo to the entire council, included at my request and we would have had it on the agenda tonight if the president had allowed it, but to go ahead and introduce an election resolution for next year. That's not binding the future council of doing anything. All it's doing is placing it on that election ballot as allowed by state law. I guess I would ask maybe some help from Mr. Melendez as well, but I really fail to see the logic here. And if you weren't aware of the amendment that stated our intention in the passage of the resolution, then I think there should be a reconsideration of the advice that was given to the mayor, because I wasn't aware of that.
Madam President, Councilor Benton, I mean, the legal analysis that I've given is firm. I mean, it's firmly established law, and if I missed it in the floor amendment process, my apologies, but I want to make sure that we're giving the council and the mayor accurate information and accurate legal advice, and that's what the advice is. So,
well, we're getting the legal advice ex post facto from basically the veto, and now here we are. We're one short. This vote may very well go on the same way regardless, but I think it's really been to me several red herrings in the veto message, including, and no offense intended to you, but I fail to understand, and I haven't had the opportunity to understand, and I still don't understand after your statements what basis you are referring to. But I guess let me just move on, and I will conclude, and then I guess maybe I'll defer to you, Madam President, if you have questions, and then I'll try to conclude.
Well, I have two other counselors waiting in the queue. Counselor. So I'm going to go to Counselor Harris, and then I'm going to go to Counselor Pena.
Since Councilor Benton already brought it up, I think I do want to hear from Mr. Melendez. It sounds like that in order to get around the entrenchment, they're going to just go ahead and introduce a 2022 election resolution. But, I think that this issue is a little bit more subtle, perhaps, than Councilor Benton is saying, and maybe than Mr. Aguilar is saying. But, just ask Mr. Melendez, is it true that there's been Supreme Court cases going back, however long, that says that one legislative body can't bind another?
Madam President, Councilor Harris, I mean, I think that is a correct proposition. But as you know, sort of the next step in that is you have to analyze the facts of a situation to identify whether or not it fits within that proposition. And I think it's a little bit nuanced here, and it does not nicely fit within that prohibition, that entrenchment prohibition.
Well, it does not nicely fit because there's a separate action that has to be taken. Is that your opinion?
Well, I think that there's a number of reasons. The first is that the actions to enact this tax, 2 stages are required. The first is the enactment of the ordinance. The second is within 60 days, the city council authorizes a resolution. And so in a more traditional analysis, the city council would be purporting to bind the 25th council to take some action. Whereas as a matter of law, that simply can't happen, or else the tax would ultimately fail. It would be void. In addition, the city council has a number of ordinances on the books, including our budget ordinance, that binds all future councils to take certain actions or face certain consequences relative to inaction. And I think that those are more or less acceptable in our city structure because the same vote that it would require to take one of those actions is the same vote that would be required to relieve the city council of its obligation. So in other words, if a future council did not like what was being imposed upon it, a simple majority of its body could change that. So it's a little bit nuanced in the city, I think largely because in this instance, the gas tax vote, in order to sort of perfect it for placement on the ballot, the two stages would be required to be accomplished by the same body.
Okay. But the council, I mean, it is true that this resolution of the gas tax, I think it's a resolution on an ordinance, is unenforceable, correct, by the next council?
Madam President, Councilor Harris, so just to kind of play out how it would work is that the city council would vote on the resolution. That resolution becomes effective. The next step is for the city clerk to transmit that resolution to the Bernalillo County clerk. And now the Bernalillo County clerk has sort of a directive to attempt to put that on the ballot, space limitations notwithstanding, for the 2022 election. And so it would be executed at that point. The city would have done its obligation in order to place that tax on that ballot. So when, I mean, the question of the tax and sending it to the voters is really the question before the council. And within that question, I suppose, is which election do you want to send it to? And that seems to be a question that is properly before the body that is proposing to impose the tax.
Okay, we're talking about two different resolutions. We're talking about the resolution that was voted 5-4 and the mayor vetoed it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam President, Councilor Harris, it's because that's an ordinance. So there's an ordinance that passes the tax, it puts it into law that will become effective if the resolution for the election passes and it's ultimately affirmed by the voters.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that ordinance is totally unenforceable because the next council can just ignore it?
Madam President, Councilor Harris, I don't know if I would say it's totally unenforceable. I think within that question, the gas tax does require two stages of council action. The first is the ordinance, the second is the resolution. I guess you could say even a third stage, the people have to vote upon that. And so if any one of those fails or is rescinded, then it would become ineffective.
Okay, but it's still your position that the ordinance is still good, even though, well, let me back up. So normally you don't do resolutions this far out of an election, and that's pretty unusual, correct? For the 2022 election, when's the last date to pass our election resolution?
Madam President, councilors, so we wouldn't normally pass an election resolution for 2022. In this particular instance, the statute that authorizes the city to enact a gas tax tells the city that if they're going to propose an election on that tax, that it must be within 60 days of them, I'm sorry, 30 days of them, no, it is 60, I apologize. It is 60 days within of them adopting the ordinance. And so that is the time frame that sort of is critical if the city is going to enact this, is that it acts within that time frame prescribed by statute. Having said that, in normal circumstances, I guess, if to the extent there are normal circumstances, the city is usually passing election resolutions for its own elections much closer to when the election will occur.
And same with when we put things on a county ballot, it's usually not close.
Madam President, Councilor Harris, that has been my observation of the city's practice in the past, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want some clarity because there was stated by another counselor. So if Mr. Melendez can refresh my memory in terms of when it was originally intended to go on the ballot, because I kind of recall there being discussion that it was moved because the original intention was to put it on this ballot. Is that correct?
Madam President, Councilor Pena, I don't think that the ordinance expressed any temporal intent initially, not until that discussion came up at the May 17th council meeting. And then there was some discussion that it should go to 2022. And so that was sort of the only time frame that was ever referenced. And I don't know if there was sort of an underlying thought that it would go sooner than that. If it was, it wasn't expressed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments by councilors? If not, I have a different take on this, and I know that the technical interpretation is really important, and I've had a little bit of conversation with our attorney regarding that. But I have another issue of pushing this into the future, which is actually more an economic issue. And while I realize it's important, and trust me, Councillor Benton, streets are first and foremost in my district, and you know that. And but the other issue that I have is with regard to economics. And coming out of the pandemic, right now, construction costs to build new houses in Albuquerque has risen since March of 2020, and it's continuing to rise. They are continuing to rise. The cost of lumber alone has risen 300% from this time last year. And this came from a local financial institution, just so you know, because I asked them specifically about the cost of construction. While some of these costs of materials have seemed to reach its peak, other materials are now starting to trend upwards, including steel and other components of HVAC and plumbing. The trucking driver shortage is also adding to this increase, as there are less drivers to deliver already a short supply. Building a house used to take 3 to 4 months. Now, due to shortages and delays, construction is taking up to 6 months and beyond, because people are I talked to a builder yesterday, and they can't find people to work to build right now. They're having real difficulty in finding, workers. So we're talking about, in addition to these increases, now maybe in a year or so, adding an additional tax to that. I just, in thinking about this and thinking about the economics and where we're going as we come out of this pandemic and inflation, my understanding is that there is going to be some inflation in the future. And so these are some of the concerns that I have. If we push this into another year or even another 2 years, is where are we going to be financially? Fiscally, economically. And I think that these are real concerns that I have. And I see Councillor Jones waving her hands. I know that she, probably has a comment regarding this. But when I see builders that cannot find workers, and I know that the cost of building materials has increased substantially, that's telling me that we are adding another tax on top of all of these issues at this time. I think even if it's a year from now or a year and a half, it's going to compound the problem. And so for those reasons, I'm really hesitant to vote for this particular gas tax. Councillor Jones, I see you're waving your hand.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for giving me the floor. I think there are several. You made some very interesting comments there, and I think a lot of them should be looked at. Like the builders can't find people to do the work. Perhaps if people need work, they would take the work. The builders are paying the salaries. The amount of money being paid to workers today is higher than it's been for years, probably decades, because it always goes up by inflation, but this is by demand. So we have workers making a great deal of money. We also have workers who need the people in the businesses can't find workers because they prefer not to work, and I'm not going to judge why, but obviously if people can't afford not to work, then a 2 cent a gallon gas tax will not put them under, because if I were in that situation, I would simply go ahead and take a job and work. So I think that was a very interesting comment, but I think what we need to do now is vote on this, yes or no, and move on, because we cannot predict the future, but I can predict there are very few people in the city of Albuquerque. I mean, some will be. There are people who will be harmed, but I think one of the reasons that public transportation works in cities is because people find it's not affordable or comfortable to drive their own cars. So one of the things that's done in cities to encourage the use of public transportation, which we pay for all the time, is to make it not quite as comfortable to drive a car. 2 cents a gallon, $10 a year is probably not going to make that difference in people, but it is one of the things that other cities do and always have done. I think it's time for us to vote on this. We will vote our conscience on what we think. I believe this is a very, very fair way to fix our streets and do the work we need to do. It certainly won't do all of it, but it is one way where the people who use what we own can help pay to maintain what we have in our city. So, Councilor Benton, would you like to close? And I'll yield.
Excuse me, Councilor Jones. I think I have the floor for that. I just wanted to mention that Councilor Bassan has joined us, and she is on the line. So with that, I will move to Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate your help on that.
Thank you, Madam President. And if Councilor Bassan would like to speak, then I would defer to her. Otherwise, I'll try to wrap this up. I know, I don't know whether our discussion is going to change any votes or not, but I do want to just say that. So please, Julian or someone interrupt me if Councilor Bassan wants to speak. But
Councilor Benton, I'm here. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
So sorry, everyone, and thank you for your flexibility on this. I know I've missed some of the discussion, but I think that it's very important to just, and I'm sorry again if this is repetitive, but you know, we're talking about over a year from now. We can't put things on hold when we need help for our city. We need to come up with creative ways that are safe ways in order to try to improve our streets and other aspects in Albuquerque. And letting the voters decide is what we're here to do. We're not here to always just decide for them. So I've heard enough one way and the other. So if voters don't want this, they won't pass it come 2022. And if voters do want this, they will pass it. And it's their privilege to be able to go and do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan, for joining us. We know that you're out of the country, and it's nice to hear from you. Councilor Benton, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. Just again, I agree with Councilor Bassan. You know, conceptually, I've always just thought of this as a diversification of revenue towards transportation infrastructure and nothing more. And I think the state legislature made their intent clear whenever they passed the state law years ago that gave municipalities this very humble authority of 2 cents a gallon. But they required that it go to a vote. You know, we don't have any choice for it to go to a vote. So I've always found it odd when we get into debating whether the tax is good or not. I was hoping that we would have that debate over the next year, you know, while things do settle down. So a lot of the arguments that were made against not doing it now, this is not the time, was the journal's language. And I've heard that language so many times over the years from various things. This is not the time, but just to put something on the ballot, it is the time. That's the time for the voters to decide. And, you know, Madam President, your points about construction inflation are very well taken. And the cost of all these projects are increasing drastically for us as a city. So many of the projects that we champion in our own districts and citywide are going to absolutely cost more a year from now. And that construction inflation is a fact, and multi-pronged reasons for it. But that to me is more the point than us arguing whether it's a good idea or not right now. It's not for us to decide. Deliberately, the state said it was for our voters to decide. We can put a question out there, and that's all this was or is.
Thank you, Counselor.
Well, I haven't finished, Madam President. But I do want to urge everyone to just think that through. I trust the voters, and they will gauge what our economic situations is, and we'll all be able to weigh in on that, and other people will too. But the Journal made this point that we've already got other tax revenue streams, and that's true. But still, as the first time we talked about this, which was 2017, Westfall, who's on their editorial board at the Journal, pointed out that even with all of our other revenue sources, we are still hundreds of millions of dollars behind in road repair. And it's also been stated that we are hundreds of millions specifically with regard to ADA compliance on our streets. So it's putting it out there into the future. I would be surprised if anybody is going to bring a suit or something about us putting this on the ballot in accordance with provisions of state law. But, I haven't had enough time to digest what the theories are with that, nor was I really made aware of that was going to be a big argument of the mayor's. But the idea that this is not the time because we're coming out of a pandemic, we're not doing it right now. We're going to do it a year from now. If we're not moving on beyond the pandemic at that point, I don't know what to do. But I appeal to you. Let the voters decide. In 2022, as was requested by several counselors when we first brought this up. Urge your support on the override.
Okay, counselors, with that, I don't see any other comments from counselors in the chat room. I would remind the council that in order to pass the override, we would need 6 votes. So with that, we will move to Ms. Ortega on the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis.
Technical issues, but yes, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sena.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion fails on a 5-4 vote.
Thank you, counselors. That motion fails on a 5-4 vote. So with that, counselors, I said that we would take a break about 6:30. It is now 6:58, so we will reconvene at 7:30. Welcome back to the public and welcome back, counselors. This is the June 7th, 2021 meeting of the Albuquerque City Council. It's the 34th meeting of the 24th Council. And counselors, we took a break on going back on your agenda. We're back on item B, which is 060, adopting text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance, section 1416. And I'm going to turn this over to Councilor Benton and Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I get to start first, or Councilor Benton, do you want to? Thank you, thank you. You've already read what it is, so it's adopting text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance. I would like to move a do pass.
Okay, I have a motion, Councilor Jones, and Councilor
Councilor Borrego. Okay, sorry.
Oh, Councilor Bassan is also joining us. So all of our counselors are present.
And Madam President, I would of course.
Excuse me, Councilor Jones, before you go on. I had a second from Councilor Benton. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay, Councilor Jones, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. We've moved and seconded to do pass, and now I would like to have a presentation by Ms. Morris, giving us a little bit of background and talk to us so we can have a little better idea of what we're doing. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, councillors, thank you for joining us this evening. So before you tonight is 02160. This is, as we mentioned, the IDO annual update. This is the second IDO annual update. This is the 2020 annual update and started out at the EPC in January of this year. It had 3 EPC hearings, one in January 21st, a second in February 18th, and a third on March 4th. It then moved on to the Land Use Planning and Zoning Subcommittee with 2 meetings on the May 5th and May 12th. At those 2 meetings, all the amendments passed. And so before you tonight is the bill, an exhibit to the bill, and then that exhibit as amended at LUPS.
Petra, before you go on, could you just say who you are, please?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I forgot to, sorry. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Petra Morris. I'm the council planning manager, and I also need to get sworn in because I had stepped away from my computer earlier. So thank you very much. I forgot.
Petra, I'm going to swear you in then. And Shanna as well, would you join us?
Madam President, I did get sworn in earlier when the rest of the public commenters were sworn in.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay, Petra, would you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. So the IDO before you is a bill and an exhibit to the bill, and that exhibit is as amended at LUPS. The exhibit reflects the recommendations of the EPC with EPC conditions on citywide changes in red and small mapped area changes in blue. Before you tonight, we have 19 amendments. The first 4 amendments are on non-cannabis topics, basically, and the remaining 15 are on cannabis topics. So I'll start with a very short overview of the 4 non-cannabis topics, and then move on to a short overview of the cannabis topics. So Amendment B1 would add bed limitations to overnight shelters. This amendment has been revised since it was first made available to the public at LUPS. It was not voted on at LUPS, and has some language in there that would allow the bed limitation numbers to be doubled if supportive services are provided on site and there's a good neighbor agreement in place. Amendment B2 makes some changes to 2 definitions in the IDO. The first is bar and the second is restaurant. The state made some changes to the liquor regulations in terms of the option to have delivery. And so these changes to the definitions just allow for bars and restaurants to do alcohol delivery, which will be part of their liquor licenses. So it brings the IDO into compliance with that licensing. Amendment B3 is about food processing. The state, again, made some changes this spring to allow in House Bill 177, the Homemade Food Act, to allow people to produce food at home. And this amendment to the home occupation section of the IDO allows for that food processing to be part of the home occupation activity. It does not make any changes to any environmental health requirements, and so people would still need to get any relevant city, state, or federal health approvals. This just addresses the land use component. And then Amendment B4 strikes the climatic and geographic responsiveness section. This section is proposed to be placed in a design manual. And that is our 4 non-cannabis amendments. So moving on to the cannabis amendments, I'm going to go through these kind of by topic. We took a tapas approach to the cannabis amendments as councillors brought us their different concerns, the idea being that you may want to try a variety of different dishes on this one rather than one big meal that has everything in it and that you might not like. So first up on the menu are B5 and B6. These 2 amendments are technical amendments. B5 clarifies some language about odors, and B6 makes some changes to bring the language in the IDO into compliance with the state. It adds the phrase licensed premise. It reduces the distances from 330 to 300 feet and adds preschool to the definition of daycare. These 2 amendments can be seen kind of as a tidy up. There isn't really a policy call in here. It just makes the existing framework within the IDO a little bit clearer in terms of the odors, and B brings it into compliance with the state regs. Moving on, the IDO, the amendments B7 and 8 deal with a proposed definition for on-site consumption. These definitions are pretty similar, but there are some differences. B8's a little bit more explicit that this is about commercial on-site consumption. And this gets to an aspect of retail that I think we heard some discussion at in public comment, that there in the future will be an allowance under the state regs for consumption of cannabis on site. So either smoking or baked goods or whatever it is, however people want to consume it on site. Moving on to the bulk of the amendments, the bulk deal with distance separations. So B9 would prohibit cannabis retail on any lots abutting a main street corridor as defined by the comprehensive plan. Main street corridors are Central, San Pedro, 4th Street, Bridge Boulevard, and Broadway. And would also add 3 residential zone districts, group homes, and religious institutions to the list of uses that can't be within 300 feet of cannabis retail. For residential in a mixed use zone district, that would make it a conditional use within 300 feet, and then would prohibit on-site consumption for any lots that are on the Main Street corridor to tie in with the retail. Amendment B10 would add a separation distance between cannabis retail and religious institutions of 300 feet. That's the only thing in the list of the distance separations for this one. And then B11 does the same, but for cannabis cultivation and cannabis manufacturing. Amendment B12 adds a distance separation of 600 feet between cannabis retail uses. in Amendment B12, between the cannabis uses, if there's 600 feet or less, it would be a conditional use. Whereas Amendment B13 has a prohibition of having cannabis uses closer than 1,000 feet from each other. And so there's a slight difference between B12 and B13. B13 also keeps the 1,000 feet not only between cannabis retail, but also adult retail and adult entertainment. Amendment B14 removes the distance separation between cannabis cultivation and cannabis manufacturing uses in a residential zone district. And Amendment B15 would allow cannabis cultivation and manufacturing within 300 feet of a residential zone district, a school, a daycare facility with a conditional use approval. Moving on to the next set of categories, sign regulations. Amendment B16 would restrict the sign type, location, and contents for all three of the cannabis uses. Amendment B17 addresses hours for customer visits and deliveries for cannabis retail, and also for cannabis cultivation and manufacturing. And then Amendment B18, this one would allow cannabis manufacturing in a few more zones, and has a square footage limitation. This is intended to track with artisan manufacturing. Artisan manufacturing is a use in the IDO that is allowed in all of the mixed use zone districts. It's conditional in MXT and then permissive in MXL, M, and H. However, artisan manufacturing by definition requires that A, the use occur entirely indoors, and B, that the property be no more than, the building be no more than 10,000 square feet. Those two requirements would track over for this cannabis manufacturing. So it would say that you can do cannabis manufacturing in these mixed use zones as long as you are 10,000 square feet or less and the business occurs entirely indoors. And our last amendment is Amendment B19. This amendment was revised and sent out to you earlier today via email. This is some grandfathering language, and this grandfathers in existing cannabis retailers, and as revised today would also grandfather in existing cannabis cultivators and manufacturers as well. And councillors, with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Petra.
Thank you, councillors. Do we have questions? Councillor Davis?
Thanks, Madam President. I just want to make a couple of quick comments for us to think about. I'm not sure what the intent of the council is tonight, whether we want to take these up, whether we want to move them forward or defer them for further conversation. But I want to clarify a couple of things that we heard early in public comment, and I had a chance, thanks to some breaks in this meeting, to go back and look and be sure. But I just want to make in general sort of the understanding of why I think it's important that this council, whether it's today or another day in the very near future, kind of decide what we want to do around cannabis. And to be clear, I don't have any ownership in any of these businesses. I don't have anything to do with it, except that I've been working on this policy for the governor's office and around the legislature for a while. And I do have a business that helps cannabis businesses write standard operating procedures for how they operate. But where they operate is not my business, and deliberately so. But the importance that the things that we heard earlier today during public comment, Madam President, I think are really important for us to debunk. So no matter what, the state has legalized cannabis, and the law says that the state has to begin issuing the first licenses no later than September 1st. But the Regulation and Licensing Division has issued proposed rules, and the Department of Health has issued real rules that say that on July 21st, they will begin accepting applications for new cannabis businesses much earlier than the no later than deadline. And that's really important, because if the city of Albuquerque puts in some type of moratorium and stops new businesses, what we will do is we will preserve the existing program, allow the current producers who, as we heard, are more white or older, had more capital available to them years ago and better established, to expand their businesses because they're able, under the state's rules, to increase their plant count, begin growing more, begin building out all those ancillary functions that needed to be for a cannabis business. And we're going to further entrench the existing businesses in their leadership and dominance of this industry in Albuquerque. The way the state's rules are written and the law is designed is to allow new businesses to get started at the same time as existing businesses can start growing supply for the adult use market. If the city of Albuquerque puts a moratorium, it means that anybody who's working and living in the city of Albuquerque, all these people that have retail spaces that they need to fill up because nobody's been paying rent for a year, all these micro businesses that want to could participate, and particularly minority business owners who can get in at a very low cost with these micro businesses are going to be disadvantaged because the rest of the state's not waiting on Albuquerque, they're going. And I think that's why no matter what we decide, I think it's important we figure these rules out very, very quickly because we're a month away from people having to submit a full business plan, including where they're going to work and what the security looks like, et cetera. And so they need to know those addresses. And for those concerned like me about including new minority voices, I think the important thing to recognize is the best way to help small new minority businesses get started is to have no restrictions on where they can operate that are different than any other business so that they have the choice to participate anywhere in the city. But I recognize that some people think that's not appropriate. And so we've offered some other ideas. But that said, a moratorium on businesses in Albuquerque will only prohibit those micro producers and new small minority business owners from participating, and it will further entrench the existing people. I think we really have to look at the reality. And as much as I support the advocates who want us to take a stop and wait, the place to do that is at the state legislature, and that conversation already happened. It is going to happen. If you have a criminal record if you have a criminal conviction on your record that might prohibit you from getting a license now, the state has said they're going to ignore it even if they haven't expunged it, for example. So they've dealt with some of those issues, but no matter what, this is coming next month. And I think we ought to address it because, as some folks pointed out, if we don't do something, they'll either get a license under no rules, very few rules that we have now, or if we have a moratorium, the small business owners in Albuquerque will be left behind. So I do think we ought to decide to get started and do something, whether that's today, next week, or on the 21st, but we certainly should do that. Thank you for letting me have my soapbox. It'll prevent me from doing it later, I promise. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. I think, Petra, thank you for the presentation. I think it was a great overview. I'm confident that if everyone else is the way I was with this, there are going to be some more questions, and I'm confident we'll have questions from the press and from most especially the constituents and the people who are going to be involved in this. We have talked basically, Councilor Benton and I have discussed this with Petra and staff, and we would like to look at possibly deferring this to a date next week, which we've already kind of had set aside if we want to use it, which looks like a perfect date. It would be Thursday, June 17th at 3 p.m. via Zoom. We can wrap this all up, get some questions, get the questions that you might have, that the people at home might have, get them in front of us in time for us to answer the questions and do some research. That would be something that I think we should all be very comfortable, very comfortable with. Councilor Benton, I haven't discussed this much with you. Would you like to chime in on this?
Nobody's discussed that date with me, Councilor, so that's the first I've heard of it. Councilor Benton, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. And yeah, we're always going to hear calls for deferral when we're looking at the IDO and looking at these annual amendments. And it is important that we stay on task, not only for the IDO, which the next update and that whole process of community planning assessments, looking forward to 2022, keeping that on track is really important as well. But but I have, I've heard some of the questions that have been put forth with regard to cannabis. The two hot topics out there, let's face it, it's that and homeless services. These are the two of the biggest questions we have in the city right now. And I've had some questions about that as well. I certainly don't support kicking this can very far down the road. I like the idea, perhaps, of if it's acceptable to other councilors, that we conduct a special meeting that's only on the IDO amendments, and hopefully wrap that up before our meeting on the 21st. That would be my desire. I don't know the procedures for setting that, but I believe 3 councilors can request it.
Thank you, Counselor. I think that all of us would like to be a part of this. Counselor Sena?
Thank you, Madam President. I do share some of these same kind of sentiment in terms of a deferral. I think we have so many questions in asking our community during public comment because I think we do need to have more of that community input. The state did have a process in which, especially the communities of color that have been disproportionately impacted, to have a say so, and they're just getting this process started too. So I think it's fair to say that we should do the same and not exclude some of the voices when we're considering our own type of regulation of cannabis. We wouldn't be in this discussion had the people who did the work to pass House Bill 2 be part of this conversation, as so many of them stated during public comment that we are centering this on a business issue, but also we wouldn't have House Bill 2 had it not been the aspect of just the social justice component. So I want to ensure that we have enough time for those that whether they're part of the industry, because just during the council meeting, we had 2 from the industry reach out and say, look, we would love to be part of the conversation to answer more questions, because I think there are still questions that we may have. So I think that even if it's the 21st meeting or the subsequent, if a special meeting is called, even asking the community during Juneteenth celebrations, for example, would be a great way to get more community input. But also thinking about how the state, in talking with the Cannabis Control Division, what is their timeline in terms of issuing guidance for municipalities, or what that could look like. They're going to be releasing and having a hearing, from my understanding, June 29th, and the first wave of guidance and regulations will come from manufacturing and cultivation. Then I believe they could have the process of applying for a license and receiving those applications just for that category, then later on retail. So I think there's just so much conversation and questions out there. I do support this deferral. I do actually want to provide a little bit more time, whether it's 2 weekends to have that community input or not. I think that's going to be up to us to decide. But again, I think we have to stress that this needs to slow down. We don't deregulate cannabis every 2 months. This is once in a generation kind of thing. So I think that we should take that time to understand it, that we should all take that time, and to also make sure that we have all voices at this table.
Councillor Harris?
Sure. I'm not sure I don't think I heard any of this, and maybe talk to Petra, although as much as I appreciated Councillor Davis channeling Milton Friedman, it would seem to me that there might be opportunities within the zoning code, I don't know if they're constitutional or not, or to what extent, to have set-asides for my own minority-owned businesses or women-owned businesses, or maybe undercapitalized businesses or small businesses, as we start this new industry. I mean, maybe we'll ask either Chris Melendez or Petra Morris if those could be some amendments that we could develop, because I think that we'd have to be very careful based on constitutional concerns about zoning and so forth, by having certain set-asides for the certain parties that were concerned about minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and smaller businesses that aren't really heavily capitalized. Is that something that we could consider over the next several weeks?
Mr. Melendres?
Madam President, Councilor Harris, those are really interesting questions. The points that you make about constitutional issues and likewise are well taken, and those are issues that we could analyze if given a little bit more time.
Okay, thank you.
Well, councilors, I appreciate that you all were looking at another date, but I think that all councilors want to be a part of this, and you know, I agree that we need some more time. I'm going to tell you, I talked to some church leaders today, and they didn't even know that these items were being discussed. So, I wonder about APS. I mean, we're talking about schools and separations and those sorts of issues that, all of us are, I mean, they're important to all of us. And so, I was trying to look at the June 21st agenda to see what that was going to look like, because I don't want to overburden us either. I mean, these items are, they deserve time and they deserve, but when I hear that what Councilor Sena is saying about when when the state committee is meeting, I mean, that's the 29th. And, are we making decisions? I don't want us to make decisions hastily without complete information, because this is really important. And, as Councilor Davis mentioned, this is going to shape economics. It's going to shape, impacts on communities of color, as we heard earlier today in the discussion. People who have dealt with these issues already in their communities. I'm tempted to say that we should hear this at our meeting of June 21st. And I mean, if we need to have a special meeting, I'd prefer it to be somewhere thereabouts that time. I see a couple, I'd like to make a motion that we defer it for 2 weeks to the 21st. I see that we have some other councilors that have some comments. Councilor Sena, Councilor Benton, Councilor Davis.
Madam President, if they don't want to comment, I would like to.
Oh, they have their hands up in the chat, Councilor.
Okay.
So Councilor Sena, Councilor Benton, and Councilor Davis.
Councilor Davis and Benton were before me, so I'll defer to them first.
And I actually have a question, Madam
Councilor
President.
Benton, go ahead.
Yeah, I like I said, I heard about a concept that we could have a meeting prior to the 21st, which I thought made sense because, I think the public's asking for more hearings and more opportunities to hear us deliberate as well. And I think those are points well taken. At the same time, we are kind of up against the deadline, which Councilor Davis knows more about exactly what the consequences of that be were we not to pass these amendments on the 21st and go into a July recess. So I do like the idea of an interim special meeting where we're only tackling this zoning code. That still leaves the 21st if there was some straggling issue where we could take care of this before the July break. I think that is, my sense is that that's paramount. I wanted to ask the question though of staff and Mr. Melendres or Ms. Morris, what is the rule on that about creating or calling for a special meeting?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, the City Council can have a special meeting in two different ways. The first is the President can call a special meeting, or 3 members of the council can call that special meeting.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, I think it's a good idea. We could really focus. You know, we've had a lot on the agenda tonight, and we will have a lot on. Typically, we have a lot on the agenda going into the July break. So I just think there's a lot to be said for tackling as much or hopefully all of it that we can on an interim special meeting.
Councillor Davis and Councillor Senna.
Thanks, Madam President. Not to prolong it, I think Councilor Benton made my point. I agree with him. I just do think that given the how much we have to talk about this and the opportunity that if there are lingering questions, we should be able to have some extra time to work on that. I was hoping that the president would be willing to amend her motion to defer this to a special meeting on the 17th so we could have some further discussion and have a chance to really understand how the state's Cannabis Regulation Act interacts with the municipalities. We really haven't had that discussion, but I'm certain that Senator Duhigg or someone else could come back and help us work through that a little bit in the meantime. So I agree with Councilor Benton. I think otherwise we're setting ourselves up for a midnight 1 a.m. meeting on the 21st. And I don't think we want to do that if we're going to follow the spirit of getting the IDO done in a reasonable amount of time. So my request would be I would agree and be the third counselor for the record to make this special meeting, but I was hoping the president might just change her motion.
I think we can agree on a date, Councillor, but I want to hear from some of the other councillors as well. Councillor Senna and Councillor Harris.
Yeah, you know, I think us, again, it's just really agreeing on the date at this point. I think that I'm trying to give it a little bit more time, whether it's 2 weekends or not, is kind of up to us to discuss at this point. But I think that one of the reasons why, again, I don't know the 21st agenda. I know that we deferred some items even today to that point, and that's fine to have a special council meeting specifically for that reason. And we can always do subsequent special council meetings to get it done and get it passed. I do agree that that's required. But again, you know, it's not often that we deregulate cannabis. So I think really for me, it's trying to defer to community too and asking them, you know, how long would this take for us to really set this up? Can we guarantee that we're going to have some community meetings between now and the 17th to ensure that we're getting their input? I think is just my concern. So I think that's just where I leave it. And I'm, you know, willing to hear other councillors to make that point that we can ensure community input between now and the 17th.
Councillor Harris.
Thanks, Madam President. I just don't think 10 days is enough time to get anything done on something so large and so complex. And I think it's, we should not be pushed by just because that's the earliest possible date the state can do something, that we should make sure that we get it done by the earliest possible date, that there's nothing wrong with letting it rest through the July recess and coming back in August and just putting a moratorium on it. Says, let's all pause, and let's get some community input. Let's consider these constitutional issues that I just sprung on Chris Melendres tonight, and so forth. So I'll certainly attend the special meeting, and it also like that any other, in terms of moratorium, also that would be allowed to be on that special meeting, because I think we decide what's on the special meeting tonight, I think, when it's called, and I don't think anything else can be added to it.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. May I ask Ms. Morris a couple questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I know we're talking about cannabis, but this is an update to the IDO. Is that correct?
Madam President.
That would be integrated development ordinance. This is a development piece here, and cannabis just happens to fit into it. I'm sorry.
Madam President, Councillor Jones, yes, this is the second IDO annual update, and this is one of many topics that are in the IDO annual update. There's a wide range of stuff already that the EPC has made recommendations on. It ranges from improvements and clarifications to the language in how to enforce the cause view protections all the way through to tidy up language on a variety of different items, and then the cannabis. There's a lot of stuff in the IDO, and it's not just cannabis.
And if I may, Madam President, another question.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. And Ms. Morris, is there a limited number, or when do we have to do all of this? and what are the requirements on it per the IDO legislation?
Madam President, Councillor Jones, so the IDO requires that we submit an annual update every year. Per the IDO, that application goes in October of each year. So while an annual update can take as long as it wants to from a practical standpoint and for the well-running of the city and the planning department, we have been hoping to get the IDO update completed prior to the July recess. There's a fair amount of work that goes into publishing the IDO, and there's a fair amount of outreach that the planning department does with their staff subsequent to the IDO being published. It would be nice for the planning department to have enough time to be able to catch their breath between one update going into effect and the next update beginning. And so for that reason, as well as people hoping that protections come into place, hoping that unclear language gets clarified, all of the above, that the IDO update gets adopted in a timely manner.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Councillor Pena, and then Councillor Jones. Councillor Pena, you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam President. I actually had a question for Mr. Melendez, or our city attorney. I just wanted to ask, not even in reference to the cannabis amendments that we have, but at what point with the IDO are amendments not amendments anymore, and it's just really kind of a whole change to a document? Because I know we've had this discussion on how it changes the bill so much so that they're not amendments. So does someone have somewhat of an answer to that? Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Pena. So yeah, you're referring to rules in the council rules of procedure that discuss sort of the scope of an amendment. And there is one that says that you can't change a bill so significantly in the process that it becomes sort of another bill in its entirety. And so you wouldn't be able to introduce a bill to do X at this meeting and then amend it later so that it no longer does X, but it does Y. So the IDO is such a broad document, and the entire IDO is essentially on the table with part of the IDO update. And the IDO presently has cannabis regulations, and it has regulations and provisions relating to all of the matters that are up for amendment in this whole sort of package of potential amendments that you're going to be considering. So because it is so broad, and because it touches on these issues, they would all seem to be within the scope of what can be acted upon on this bill. Since it's not sort of a limited scope bill, it's an amendment to the IDO generally, as opposed to, under the zoning code, perhaps there'd be an amendment of the IDO that dealt only with parking. And so if that bill were to change in the process that now it deals with open space and no longer parking, that would have been a problem under that rule. But given that this is an IDO update and the whole entirety of the IDO is invoked, the process is that essentially nothing is off the table that's within the scope of the IDO as part of the annual update.
So, Madam President, Mr. Melendez, so wouldn't adding a whole new cannabis regulations so significant to our zoning code?
Madam President, Councilor Pena, I understand that line of reasoning, but I think there's two things that are important. The first is that the IDO deals with land use generally. And so any type of land use regulation is essentially on the table. And even more narrowly than that, the IDO does presently deal with cannabis businesses. And so the question is how to update the IDO related to how it treats those cannabis businesses. So it seems to be within the scope of what's on the table within the IDO currently.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Melendres.
Councillor Jones?
Thank you, Madam President. I think that, I mean, I'm hearing what everyone's saying, and I do believe it's very important that we hear this more than once, because once we get into it, there will probably be more. So I would like to make a motion that we have a special meeting, and I know the date is available, on the 17th to hear, and with any amendments or public comment or however we want to do this to involve everyone, a special meeting on the 21st or on the 17th at 3 o'clock. And then if necessary, we can also have another, take it at the regularly scheduled council meeting the next week, so we can get this done before the break, so that we meet our requirements of updating and doing what we're supposed to do, but still give people plenty of opportunity to look at this and get back to us.
So, Councillor, I already have a motion on the floor, and I'm willing to amend it. I am, but one of the questions we're trying to see if you know, what other dates might be available with GovTV right now. So if you just give us a minute here, we're trying to see if there's some possible other opportunities.
If I may, Madam President, we did check on this, and the 17th is available.
Oh, the 17th is available. Okay, so what I'm understanding, and so I want councilors to hear what I'm hearing from the staff. The 21st is a pretty big agenda already, because we go into a break in July, and so if we have a meeting on the 17th and we still have to move into the 21st, does that give us enough time to notify churches in the city of Albuquerque, to notify the schools? You know, I mean, there are amendments that affect all of those. So our staff is going to have to work a little overtime to get that, because that's only 10 days to the 17th. I'm hearing from some counselors that saying that that's not enough time. But we are up against some deadlines. I mean, I'm willing to amend my motion to do the 17th, but if we are not done on that day, we are going to move it into the 21st. And that means we're going to have a pretty big agenda on the 21st. So, you know, and unfortunately, I tried the 23rd and I tried the 24th, and neither are available with GovTV, because there's a water utility and ABCGC on those dates as well. We could potentially start it on the 21st and then have a second special meeting at the end of June, which would be like maybe the 25th, 26th, something like that. We'd have to check, but if you'd give us a minute, we could check and see, and we could start it on the 17th, and maybe have a second meeting on the 26th or something like that. 25th. So if you give us a minute, we'll check to see that we're even, GovTV is even available, because we don't want to, I mean, the 17th is I guess we may have to go back to that, but I'm just letting you know that if we have to have a second hearing, the 21st is already our agenda is already pretty well booked. So we're talking about, being here till midnight.
Madam President, if I may.
Councillor Bassan, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. If they can have some clarification, is there a motion on the floor by Councillor Jones to vote for a special meeting on the 17th? Or is there a
No, there's
motion on the
motion on the
floor
floor to to defer this to the 21st. That was the first motion that was made.
Okay, Madam President, if I may call to order or point of order on that, can we vote on that and decide, or is somebody else going to make a motion for the 17th?
Well, Councilor Bassan, I'd like to wait until we know if we can have a second meeting, because we're looking for an alternate date as well. If
Thank you, Madam President.
We may go to the 17th and then an alternate date, or
I guess I'm just wondering,
okay,
Madam President.
Okay, here I want to clarify my motion because we just got some confirmation. I would like to make my motion that we defer this to the 21st, and then there's an alternate date for June 25th. Do I have a second? There's a second from Councilor Sena. So calling back to Councilor Bassan's point of order, we will, Councilor Gibson?
Yes, so I'm a little confused. I thought that you were going to amend your motion.
Well, my original motion was the 21st, but I can amend it to the 17th and then to the 25th.
Yeah, actually.
If councilors, I'm willing to work on this.
Okay, well, if I may let me just make a couple of comments. And that is, I think our goal is kind of been, to what I'm hearing so far, at least from a few counselors, and I'm starting to share that myself, is to keep this away from our regular council meeting on the 21st, so that we don't end up having to go until midnight, but that we can devote all of our attention and time in the special meeting, and then have, if there's something that doesn't get done or needs to be carried over, we can deal with that on the 21st or after that. But
and Councilor, the reason I had said the 21st originally is because there were councilors that were not supportive of the 17th. Councilor Harris and Councilor Sena thought that was too soon. But I'm willing to open the floor. Not the floor, but the thought process, I guess, is that we do the 17th, and then if that's not sufficient, then we go to the 25th.
Okay.
So we have two hearings.
If I may, please, just to kind of finish up my thoughts. I understand and I hear it real clearly that we want to make some notifications. So I have a very long distribution list, and I'm sure that each council district does that as well. Most of mine are within district, but not all. So I'm willing, it's a small thing to do, really, is to contact everybody on my list, which includes a lot of clergy and teachers, other, like the board members for APS. So I think that if we all did that, I think we probably could get pretty good coverage just in doing that. Of course, we could also do other things as well to help get notifications out. And we have had, it's been in LUPS, it's been in the news. So I don't think we're really starting from scratch, but I appreciate and I agree that we would want to advertise this to the best and the fullest way that we can. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilor Sena and Councilor Sena, you have a comment, and Councilor Harris, you were concerned about the 17th, so I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, again, I know we have some of our people that provided public comment that did have some of this concern. One of the reasons why I was hoping, at least till, if it is the 25th as a special meeting in subsequent, if we don't get this done, whether it's the 17th and have a follow-up on the 25th. But really, again, we are having Juneteenth celebrations the 18th, 19th, and 20th. It's a great opportunity to reach out to those communities. Like someone shared, that it also impacted their own families in a very, very personal way. And some of these people are even, again, awaiting expungement, right, in an industry that disproportionately impacted them. So again, I really want to stress that we're making the concerted effort for these communities, our BIPOC communities, to reach out to them to hear their concerns, as well as industry. I get that the IDO is focusing more on business, but what is it if it's not, you know, for these communities that created this industry? So I just am sharing that sentiment. I know I'm belaboring this point, but I feel that it's very important because, again, if it weren't for these communities, we wouldn't have this industry. I think it's a great time to and I just appreciate our council president, who's really trying to appease us all and think of this date that works best for us. I know that July recess is around the corner, and we can certainly call our special meeting if we can't get this done into July, as much as I hate to say that, as we all need a break, but I'm certainly not going anywhere. So that's just something to consider as well. I think it's just a set date. I understand planning's kind of concerned in that they do need this time. But again, if we have not deregulated cannabis every 2 months, we're doing this in a very long process. So if we do focus on this and take that time, I think we can get it right. And so that we have enough input from community. So thank you, Madam President.
Okay, so Councilor Jones?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And I appreciate what you're saying, Councilor Sena. My greatest concern, of course, is that we don't get this done and we end up running into July, because that will not help anyone, because it's not just cannabis in this legislation. This is an update of the IDO, which we have a responsibility to do per our legislation. And it seems to me that we could, because we'll have at least 2 more and possibly 3, let's not get ourselves backed into a corner where we have to do 3 within a week to 10 days. So I would hope that, Madam President, we could either take a vote on your motion, or you would withdraw, and we could ask, please, that we have the first meeting on the 17th, the next meeting on the 21st, and if we must go to a third, we could do it on the 25th and have this completed prior to the July break.
Counselor, legal has just advised me that we can't schedule a second meeting. We can defer it at that time, but we can't announce it. So the motion would have to stay as amended to occur on the 17th. And so then we have to vote that up or down. And then on the 17th, we could announce the next date.
If I may, Madam President, would you clarify that for me, because I was trying to read something. So you're saying you are amending your motion to have the first hearing on the 17th?
Yes.
Thank you. And I would second that.
And if we need a subsequent meeting at that time, then we would have to pick that date at that time.
Madam President, I think that you could talk about the 25th since today. I think I was a little bit worried that we were going to say we're going to defer to the 17th, and then since now say we're going to defer again to the 25th. At the 17th, you have discretion to defer either the 21st or the 25th. We've verified that the 25th is available. We can hold that spot in the event that council wants to preserve the opportunity to defer to that date. But today you'd be looking at a motion only for a single deferral to a single set date. And it sounds like that's the 17th at this point.
Before we vote on this, Councilor Harris had his hand up also.
Sure. Yeah, I would like to just do the 25th, not the 17th. I just don't think 10 days is long enough. And the IDO, I mean, I've asked Petro, the first annual update, how long did that take, Petro?
Madam Chair, councillors, the first annual update took about 5 months, 5-6 months at EPC. But then it had 2 council meetings, 2 LUPS meetings and 2 council meetings.
So what was the calendar period? Did we get it done within a year or not? Not even.
It was over a year, but there was some outstanding circumstances where it got tied up at EPC, and then later with the administration, and then with COVID, and then also hit the July recess. It was an unusual year.
Okay.
And because that annual update took so long, this annual update was late starting, and we're hoping to not repeat that experience.
Okay. Yeah, but we also have an unusual thing of the cannabis being stuck in there. So I'm not too worried about the IDO annual update. I'm more worried about getting this, as Councilor Senna said, a once in a generation issue. So I'm going to vote against the deferral for the 17th because I think we should go right to the 25th. But that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Madam.
Counselor Gibson.
I can't be here on the 25th. I have never missed a council meeting, ever. I don't want to miss this one, but I really cannot make the 25th. So, more's a reason for me anyway, to do it a little bit earlier. The 17th, I think, is a good place to start. Let's get working on it and see what we can't get done after that.
Counselor, I hate to say this, but if we meet on the 17th, we may also meet on the 25th. So regardless, we'll be probably meeting on the 25th.
I'm looking at this as one thing at a time. One thing at a time.
Okay, well, let's just go ahead and take the vote on this. Ms. Ortega.
Point of clarification, Madam President, this motion is just the deferral till this.
To the 17th.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm sorry, so we are now on the deferral till the 17th for the IDO. Thank you, Madam President.
A deferral to June 17th special council meeting. Councilor Bassan. Councilor Bassan?
I'm sorry, Crystal, will you please repeat that?
Yes, the motion on the floor is for a deferral to the June 17th special council meeting at 3
My vote
p.m.
is yes. Thank you.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
No.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
No.
Councilor Senna?
No.
Councilor Borrego?
No.
Motion passes on a 5-4 vote.
Okay, counselors, we will be meeting on June the 17th. And with no further business to come before the city council this evening, we are adjourned. Councilor Davis, Councilor Harris, Councilor Benton.
Wow, let's see, how long did it take?